T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I had a moment. I forgot to add myself to the stream. How about that? Sorry, y'all. Welcome to the Hatter's Gonna Hat Bucket. Let's do a recap stream. I am OSB, also known as One Sati Beach or Heather, whatever tickles your fancy. And I will be your MC for the freak show that is on display this evening. Little Mama is on deck, but you know, her flaming hoop has run out of propane. So for the time being, she's taking a breather. She may show up at some point. We'll just have to see. Let's give some holler-abouts here. Grateful Life, what is up? Miss Abby, the beautiful Miss Abby. How are you, my darling? Miss Fiona's mom, good to see you. Girl, I have messed with this thing. This thing don't sit flat no matter what. I would love to have it do like that. There is no happy medium with it. There's just the way it's made, you know. So, man, it's been a long weekend, y'all. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. I had my weekend all planned out. Things was going to be pretty chill. I get contacted by my agency last minute and said, hey, the girl there's two facilities in the town that you're going to. And the girl that's at the other facility said that she's having an allergic reaction to something in the building that she's assigned to. Would you be willing to swap? I said, sure, why not? No problem. It took me from doing 8 hours to 12, and I showed up to the other facility that I swapped up to, and I figured out what the allergy problem is. It was called Fuck This Building because, number one, everybody in the building looked at me like I had a third eyeball growing in the middle of my forehead because they weren't expecting me. I couldn't clock in on this system thing that they had in the building for us to clock in on. And I had every psych patient on my hallway. The only saving grace of that night was two gentlemen in the same room. They have a little kitty cat named Lucy. And Lucy was the sweetest little baby. And she followed me up and down the hallway, being sweet to me. She would stop at the doors and wait for me to go in and come out. She spent just about the whole night with me. And I was sitting there saying, thank God for this furry little angel. Because everything else went to shit. As soon as I walked in the door, I emailed the agency and told them, I'm like, yeah, I know what the allergy problem is. I was like, I can tell, I have to tell y'all about it. I ain't heard nothing back from them yet, but you know, whatever. The next night was just a long night because after that first night, I was just so deflated. You know what I'm saying? Miss T, hello, darling. Well, thank you. I don't think it looks that good. It's also really tight too, man. I mean, I don't have like a really big head, This hat must be like it's got to be for the people of Thailand. I mean, Asian folks are smaller for the most part in stature than Americans, and I guess that would include their heads too, because golly, I mean, you can see it. See right there. So maybe you guys will have better luck. Maybe I just do have a big head. I don't know. That's totally fine, Miss Fiona's mom. No problem at all. Girl, most days I don't, but that was definitely, I was having a full-blown reaction. Girl, honestly, I think Foodie is wearing it like this. She's wearing it like this. She's just sitting it on top of her head, I don't think she's actually wearing it. So, yeah. Yeah. Some of us do. So, okay. For the few people who are going to pop in probably later on, real quick instructions on how to enter for the drawing for this ever so beautiful, illustrious, almost identical copy of Foodie Beauty's bucket hat. Mine is, as you can see, it's a little different. Same thing, just different, made by different group. What you're going to need to do is leave a comment in the comment section after the stream is over. And in probably 2 or 3 days, I will pick at random with the use of a random comment selector. I will video it. I have the ability to screen record, so I will absolutely record it and put it up so that you guys know for sure that there is no cheating, So, yeah, that's the instructions. You guys hit up the comment section after the stream is over. Leave me a little something. Doesn't matter what it is. And in a couple of days, I'll have a list of names posted, and I'll have a video to go with it so you guys can verify that I was not being sneaky. So that's what I've got in relation to that. All righty. So I don't have anything. Oh, yeah, no, I know you do, but God's honest truth, I don't, especially like if you got picked, Abby, or if like, let's say Hannibal left me a comment and Hannibal got picked, or, something like that. I don't want anybody feeling a kind of way about it, because it will absolutely 100% be at random. So, it just gives the appearance and confirmation of fair play. No one would blame you there, Fiona's mom. So, okay. I spent today while I was cleaning listening to all of the current happenings on the Negs, DC, Cali, Hussey, Yavin Sam thing. I'm sure she probably would if she could, but, it would require probably a lot of work on your part to get her to agree to it, I'm glad you do. I mean, I don't have any reason to lie or anything. It's just one of those things that, I just don't want anybody to kind of feel a kind of way, just a matter of fair play. That's all. And I got to tell you, listening to these streams and everything and catching the chain of events as they're going on, and this whole Negs DC situation and all the surrounding characters involved, I can't understand, number one, why there are so many not men, sorry, I don't know, maybe, but not that I'm aware of. Why there are so many women who are falling all over themselves to send Negs nude photos or to talk to him. I mean, Negs, by no stretch of the imagination, is an attractive man. I mean, first off, I'm not even going to get into the fact that the dude has nothing to offer. He's living in his mama's house. He has no job. Nothing, no prospects, no education, limited intelligence, I guess some women just have a thing for bum motherfuckers or something. I mean, is that what it is? I have to wonder. Then too, you have DC all tied up in it with him. And I cannot understand that in the slightest, because you couldn't be talking about two of the most polar opposite people to end up together. I mean, and I don't understand what it is that DC sees in him. I mean, DC had a career, she had an education, she owned her own home, she had plenty of money. You know, it's just like, make it make sense to me. And what makes it even crazier is the fact that she is literally falling on a sword for him, because you know that everything that that's going on in relation to the hussy and Yaba and Sam and all that stuff, he's at the center of it. He talks a lot of crap, but he isn't willing to do anything on his own. He has other people do it for him. And that's kind of all culminated to a head with DC fixing to end up in a lawsuit for defamation and slander. But Negs will keep going because, you know, he's not catching any of that. DC is catching all of that. She's acting as his voice and his messenger, and she's also acting as his shield. And I don't know about you guys. I don't give a damn how much I love you. You gonna fight your own battles, my boy. You gonna tend to that business yourself. You open your mouth and you start it, you gonna be the one to finish it, because I'm not getting in that for nobody. That to me don't make no sense. Oh, girl. Okay. DC was another YouTube creator, and so was Negs. Negs got booted from the platform. And he started going on Rumble and LiveView and whatever the hell other joints you could think of. Okay. Negs does not like Sam and Yaba, and he terrorizes the hell out of them in the process. He's called DCS. He's called law on them. He's tried to call he's a menace is what he is. Okay. DC, educated woman, got a university education. The two of them were going back and forth at it like cats and dogs. DC used to be a part of the girl world. She decided to forgive this guy after he terrorized her for ages too. And then the next thing you know, they're dating. She literally moved across the country and moved in with him. It doesn't make any sense. It is hey, that's what I'm talking about. AJ feels me on that. I see that I don't get either. I couldn't understand it when it happened with Natter. First off, why are you sending this man who ain't even in the same country your nudes, especially the ones that sent him after he started threatening revenge porn? There's the little mama. Hi, darling. That's my little co-pilot. You got to move your booty, though. You got to move your booty, baby. Come on over here. They don't need a booty shot. Okay. And Negs is known for doing the same thing. He loves to try to out people and threaten revenge porn and all this other stuff. And it's just like, why? If you know that he does this, why are you sending this man this stuff? And if you are, okay, that's one thing. But why are you sending him you? I mean, I could see it like if you found a picture online with the head cropped off, whatever, and you sent that, there's no way of confirming that that's you. You know, you could pass somebody else's body off as yours any day of the week, you know, but why? I just don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. Right. No accounting for taste whatsoever. Some women must just love bum ass mofos is all I can think. What's up, Blondie? How are you, my love? Limey, darling, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. Back to that moldy bread thing. Y'all know how I feel about that. I wasn't playing about that. Nope. I would eat out of a full-blown dumpster. Nope. Right. Right. I mean, explain it to me, please, because love of Lord, love of God, I do not understand. And I don't know, maybe it's just an attention thing. I don't know. I just flat don't know. Mm-mm-mm. So yeah, y'all, any of y'all not familiar with all that, go to Sam Telfer's channel, man. She's got tons of videos. She's got a whole dossier on that dude, keeping track of all of his shenanigans so that they can use it against him whenever if they need to. But it is bloody wild. And the most recent thing that I watched, Negs was going off on Callie on live because Callie backed out of being a witness for DC in this lawsuit that's going on right now. And here we are. It's like, first off, why would you even ask Callie, or Callie is, known as Life of a Free Spirit. Why would anybody ask her to be a witness? Because I don't know about you guys, but it's my understanding that Callie is a little unhinged. You know what I'm saying? Hey, can we vacate the booty, please? Thank you. I love you. Hi, you a baby. She's a sweet girl. She just got to find a spot to settle. The lawsuit is defamation and slander. It's a civil case, so more than likely they're going to be hitting her in the pocketbook, which hurts more than anything. Bums in my 30s. I was drunk most of my relationships, sort of. I was young enough. Hey, girl, I can't say nothing. Mine was my 20s. I broke that habit really early. Amen to that, Skinny. It's good to see you, by the way. I've said many, many, many times over that there is no way in hell that I'm going to raise another woman's son. Just not going to do it. I did it one time. That was enough. I will not ever again. If you are not an adult and can take care of yourself and manage your shit, I don't want a part of it. I'm good. I'll be by myself instead. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, y'all. I'm going to apologize in advance if I do any sniffing or any more coughing or anything like that. I ran out of Claritin and forgot to buy more. So my allergies are acting up. Now, it's going to sound really strange. Before I moved here, I lived in the middle of the woods. Okay. And I lived in an area of Florida that had really thick yellow blanket of pollen all over your vehicles, all over your house, you name it. Anybody who's lived in the woods long term is probably familiar with it. Didn't have zero allergy issues living over there. I moved over here, very few trees near my house. The one tree that's real close by is a palm tree, but my freaking allergies have been ridiculous. Hey, Shannon, what's up, girly girl? Did you catch the happenings? Did you hear what I'm doing? I'm actually giving away 5 of these babies, not this, but the one that Foodie was wearing. I have 5 of them to give away. So, one more again, just for the folks coming in. In order to get your hands on one of these bad boys, and like I said, it is pretty much an identical copy of the one that Foodie had on her head in all of her Thailand videos. What you're going to need to do is, after the stream is over, hit the comment section, drop a comment. Doesn't matter what it is. You could, whatever at me, totally fine. And what I'm going to do is, in about 2 or 3 days, I'm going to use a random comment generator to pull comments at random. I have 5 in total. So get on it. It's brand new. Still got the tags on them. I will send them to you directly. Or if you have somewhere you would like me to send them, I can send them to you in the care of wherever you want them sent to. You will not ever have to worry about a doxing problem because I value my privacy and the privacy of my family. And so I would never compromise anyone else's. Okay. So rest easy in that knowledge. Okay. So here's what we're working with. Not quite the same as mine, but close enough. Let's see. Right. I thought the same thing, and I figured it would just be fun, a fun little thing to do. And I even said it in the short that I did. If they want them and they want to keep them, that's cool. If they win them and they don't want to keep them and they want to say, hey, I don't want the hat, but you can send my hat to Skinny Queen, or you can send my hat to Yaba or FFG or whoever. If whoever gets pulled for the hat, if any of them decide they don't want it and they want to pass it off to their favorite creator, we can do that too. I am down for whatever. This is just, I'm glad. Me too. I found them by accident and I started laughing. I couldn't help myself. I'll be honest. First off, okay, AJ, I talked about this earlier. I don't think she's actually putting it on her head. As you can see, this is all the way on my head. And this hat is snug on me. Look at this. You can see the indentation where I'm wearing it on my head. What Foodie's doing is this. She's doing that. She's not actually pulling it down on her head. So, yeah. Me, I am actually putting it on and wearing it like an actual normal hat here. Look at Cowboy Dog. Hey, baby doll. Let me tell y'all. Cowboy Dog got me through that psychotic 12-hour shift I was telling you guys about. And I'm going to tell you, I did not have any inclination going into that stream that Cowboy Dog has such a cute voice. She has got such a pretty voice, y'all. And she is a hot mess and a half. Had me pure tickled. That, I'm going to tell you. I was shocked and I was like, holy crap. Cowboy Dog is amazing at this stuff. She's a hell of a lot better at it than me. It doesn't surprise me at all that she had as many people in the chat as she did, because it was just like, this is great. This is great. I'm just telling the truth. Just telling the truth. That's all. Hey, right. I know. Trust me, do I know. And we're going to get into some of that, because I'm going to tell you. Lord have mercy. She wishes. Well, thank you. God bless you. I appreciate that. I mean, I try. I mean, realistically, I'm just really doing what I can to try to be entertaining. And I figure, okay, if I'm having a good time, maybe everybody else is having it too. I hope so anyway. So, tell you what, let's just do some being nosy here. Let's get started on some of this foolishness. Share screen. Screen 2. Okay, so has anybody heard the latest Adam Marty?
Well, I wish her nothing but the best. I'm allowed to talk about her. The Foodie Beauty Intelligence Agency has came by, has given me a little bit of a rat tat on my chamber door, and for whatever reason, has told me that I can't talk about two people who are north of the border. As ridiculous as that sounds, that's the situation we're dealing with here. Like, I don't know why. Look, for the Joint Terror Task Force to be concerned with two people north of the border seems like a huge waste of government resources, but that's the situation that we're dealing with here. And if I am to speak about them, then I'm certain to wind up in federal prison. It's so fucking ridiculous, dude. It's so fucking ridiculous. Look, I guess there were some things that may have been questionable as far as like a well-being check or a SWAT. You know, I always thought that I've acted in the best interest of other people. I'm not going to make any references to anyone specifically, and that's not something to get into. But yeah, the Joint Terror Task Force takes extreme exception to even just reacting or commenting on two people north of the border. It's the most ridiculous shit in the world, man. It really is. It really. I wish I could talk about it more, but it's absolutely fucking absurd. So let's say that I even had to do like a year and a half.
Okay, so real quick. So he's implying there that he got visited by somebody from the government related to his activities. Now, at this point, he's pretty much ceased everything online in relation to Foodie and Saleh. But I will tell you what I think. I don't think that Marty has ceased his efforts. I just think he's being smart about this. He's doing what probably would have been the smartest thing to do to begin with. Make moves and then talk about them later. There was a letter that was sent to the Saudi government about Foodie. Very lengthy, included a lot of video links and all this other stuff. That seems like a Marty move. That was something that he was already working on. But it's being posted online under a name that nobody's ever heard of. So I honestly think that Marty has gone completely off the books with his activities, which I don't blame him for. I mean, God's honest truth, there are bigger problems going on right now for the FBI to actually be concerned about Marty fucking around with people in Canada or in Kuwait. And if they don't have anything else to do and they're not focused on bigger things, then we're in a lot of trouble. That's all we'll say. Hi, Archie. Welcome, dear. I like your profile picture. That's cute. So I don't think this whole Marty and Foodie thing has come to a close yet. I'm just waiting to see kind of what happens from here. I honestly think that we're not quite done yet. Marty doesn't seem like the type to be dissuaded. I mean, look at how long he worked on Cyrax. I mean, he was going to Cyrax for 7 years. I mean, and Cyrax called the cops plenty of times. Why would it be a huge ordeal now? So, okay, let's pop over to something else here. Okay, so my next gig here. My goodness. Yeah, see, I don't think he's the type to give up. He's going to be the type that he's going to be sneaky about it. He's going to do it through other avenues. Most of his issues since he's gotten involved in the Girlverse is the fact that he is showing everybody what he's doing as he's doing it. And then he's had just persistent from God and everybody because they don't feel like he's working fast enough. And that Foodie's not catching karma fast enough. Number one, nothing about getting at Foodie is going to be easy or fast because of the circumstances. Two, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. This is something that, is going to take time. It's going to take work. It's going to take connections. That's just the way it goes. And a lot of people are not, connecting that, it seems. Alrighty. So we're gonna duck back in on Richard Grannon. He is our resident narcissist specialist, who I absolutely adore. His accent is just so cute to me, but he's a very, very intelligent guy. But as you can see, based on the title of this, Covert Narcissist Secret Crazy Making Communication Weapon, okay, that they use to abuse. Now, whoever wrote that they could have worded it better. But I picked this particular video because when I watched it, a lot of it applied to Amber Lynn. And I'll show you what I mean.
I'm going to share with you today a technique that covert or vulnerable narcissists use. It's their special crazy-making weapon that they use to abuse their targets. In order for you to understand the weapon, you need to understand a little bit of the structure of the personality.
I'm sorry, you see what I mean? The structure
that's coming with that weapon. So we say online. YouTube, on the forums, we say covert, but actually in the literature, it's fragile. Or sometimes it will be described as vulnerable. So this was to express that it was in opposition to the previously defined narcissistic personality disorder, the grandiose narcissist.
Of the two, Foodie would be your grandiose narcissist. There is no true show of vulnerability for her. No matter what she's talking about, no matter what she's quote unquote been through, she's never genuinely vulnerable. She still has that bravado. ALR, on the other hand, she feeds on that woe is me, feel bad for me, save me, protect me thing. And that's where the covert applies to her.
And they're saying, wait, there is a type of narcissist who's fragile, who's vulnerable, who will show weakness, who's not the alpha male, the alpha female, top of their class. They'll actually be vulnerable. They'll actually promote feelings of vulnerability. Why is it important for you to understand their fragility in terms of the structure? Well, because if they don't come from this particular structure, the weapon that they use won't work. So when we're talking about fragile or...
Well, Cowboy Dog, they're both narcissists, but there's two different kinds. You have the foodie brand, which is in your face. I'm hotter than 90% of YouTube. She doesn't ever let her guard down, ever. And when she does, it's on purpose. ALR feeds that I need somebody to protect me, save me, protect me, whatever. They're both the same issue, but they're two different brands. You're talking about Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi. Same sort of deal, two different tastes there.
Vulnerable narcissists. How would we define them? Briefly. So within 30 seconds, the way that I would define somebody that you would be saying was functioning from a fragile narcissistic personality structure or strategy would be somebody who is cycling. So they're constantly in a cycle of elation and depletion. Unlike the grandiose narcissist who has a ready supply of narcissistic supply, a ready supply of narcissistic supply, so they're on a fairly continuous steady burn of elation, the fragile or vulnerable narcissist is failing all the time to get that supply. He gets it, he loses it. She wins it, she loses it again. So they cycle between elation and depletion. So therefore, they're more moody, generally speaking, than the grandiose narcissist, but also you'll see them cry. You'll see them fragile. You'll see them vulnerable. They will say sorry. They will apologize, but ultimately they're only cycling as they're trying to get back up to a position of power.
Okay, so I played that part because if you'll think about that cycle of elation and deflation, that is 100% ALR. When she's in a relationship, it's the most passionate, loving, amazing relationship she's ever been in. She gets dumped. She goes into a full-on mode of depression. My life is over. This is the worst thing I've ever experienced ever. And it can actually be readily viewed. Hang on here. Sorry, y'all. I got a speaker. I got stuff in front of the very further reaches of my dang monitors. Okay, so I want to give a shout out here to Orange Queen for going through all this foolishness and actually sorting through it and breaking it down.
Yes, but I'm the biggest. This is just for what? Come on here and have a good time. Oh yeah. Oh, they saw my tum-tum. The moon landing didn't happen. Oh, sorry, I heard it. What? I know a lot of people don't understand that my breakups always are very healthy. They're never vicious and vile. I always stay friends with them. So it's never, some people don't understand it, and that's fine. And it's like, I look at everything I've been through in my life, and this hurts me the worst ever.
There it is.
Because I love Crystal more than I have ever loved anybody in my whole life. Destiny will always be a part of my life. She is literally just everything to me. Sometimes love isn't enough. Love just isn't enough sometimes. And Crystal and I are the bestest of friends you could ever imagine. We have a connection that I don't think we'd ever be able to find with anybody else. I just feel like I can't live without her, but I know that I have to because it's just like I know what I deserve.
Hey goals, how you doing? In light of the recent breakup, let's compare our goals recouped throughout the years. Let's start with the Crystal breakup.
About a month ago, I was having some troubles in my relationship. I keep about 99% of my life private, and the other 1% I do it, like, end up telling you. Crystal and I were having a little issue. We were trying to work it out for about 2 weeks. We didn't tell anybody, just kept everything private completely. And on April 1st, everything kind of blew up into smoke. We decided to break up. I was literally a mess because I never felt so heartbroken in my life. Because I love Crystal more than I've ever loved anybody in my whole life. Tried to take the most grown-up approach over just the whole situation. We told everybody individually. First thought that a lot of people thought was that I'd be moving, and a lot of people cried because they didn't want me to move. And my opening, how much people cared for me here and how I'm loved and wanted. And Crystal and I are the bestest of friends you could ever imagine. We have a connection that I don't think we'd ever be able to find with anybody else. On April 1st and April 2nd, April 3rd, 4th, I cried more times than I could ever imagine. I was in this relationship thinking we'd be together forever because that's what we'd say. And something changed, and there's nothing I could do about it. I would never keep someone in a relationship if they didn't feel it was right. That's not the type of person I am. Time heals. Of course, I'm not healed all the way because Crystal really is my everything. And now, like, she's not my girlfriend, she's my best friend.
Amberlynn was living with Crystal and her parents, and there was a conspiracy that they were paying her to be with Crystal. These breakup videos are always so weird, because she cries the whole video and she is so dramatic. Then, she goes on and does normal vlogs with all of her exes. And notice the language she uses. In every breakup video, she is crying because she has never loved anyone as she loved them, and how they were her best friend.
Are you two getting back together? No, we're not. Do you still live with her? Currently, I do still live with her. When Crystal first broke up with me, it was literally the most horrible feeling I have ever felt in my whole entire life. My whole world crashed down. I was shocked and confused. When you think that someone is going to be in your life forever, loving you and you loving her,
100%.
and then your whole world crashes down in just an instant, it's hard to accept those feelings and really absorb them. It was just traumatizing, to say the least. You still share a bed? Is it hard? We do share a bed. Friends sleep together all the time. We just realized that relationship-wise, we are not meant to be. It's just something that we have to accept and move on.
She has always been dramatic. She said it was traumatizing when Crystal broke up with her. Also, she is okay with living with her exes because she and her girlfriends never have their shit together, so they are forced to be with her. In the Crystal era, she wasn't working and she lived with Crystal's parents, so she had no choice but to be okay, and even grateful to sleep in the same bed. Lol.
She stopped telling me I was beautiful. She stopped. Sorry. She stopped looking at me with the eyes that she looked at me when I first came here. Crystal told me one day she didn't feel the same for me anymore. She was not in love with me at all. She just was not in love with me anymore. I literally died. My just whole world fell apart. She told me she wanted to see other people. She wasn't sure if she'd ever be in love with me again because she didn't feel the same. Some people are just not meant to be. I realized that I didn't want to be with someone like that. I didn't want to force someone to love me. I didn't want to trap somebody. It changed my life. You made me realize that there are angels out there, people with big hearts. And I felt horrible for her because she told me that for a whole year, she wasn't in love with me and she was trying to protect my feelings. And when she told me that, I knew right there, I cannot let her be with me. I do not want to trap her. I'm not that type of person.
We don't really know Crystal that much. She was just very shy and quiet. And honestly, she didn't look like a person who could stand up to an Amberlynn. So good for her for speaking her truth.
Mm-hmm.
And Amberlynn keeps saying I don't want this and that, but she never initiated any of her breakups. What can she do other than accept the breakup? Now, let's do Dusty era.
I owe it to my audience. I owe it to my subscribers, my supporters, anyone who has been following me. You guys met Destiny. You guys have seen that whole journey unfold. Destiny saved me from a dark, dark place. Like, I'm like shaking. I don't want to cry. That's why I'm refilming this. She's one of the most amazing people. You don't have to be in a relationship with her to know that. You don't have to be a family member to know that.
Looking back at this is truly funny. Dusty went from being the most amazing person to a dog killer and a user lol.
On January 13th, ironically enough, it was actually Friday the 13th, Destiny broke up with me. Destiny accepts me. She still accepts me. But Destiny accepted me at my absolute all-time lowest. She has seen me at my worst, and somehow she still thought I was the most beautiful thing she's ever seen.
When she said Dusty has seen her at her worst, Vicky Era said, "Hold my beer." And I still believe she loved Dusty more than any of her other girlfriends, lol. She did the iconic drunken, and she even stalked Dusty.
Like, the most craziest concepts of the world is the fact that you as a person can have your whole future planned out, your whole everything so planned out, and you think you have everything going for you, and someone can just kind of rip that away from you and completely take that from you. I feel like that's what Destiny did. We had so much planned. I am so in love with her still.
It is crazy that she was so in love and even self-centered that she didn't see how miserable Dusty was in this relationship.
Like, I've told her that I will never give up. I will never give up on her. This is one of the most painful things I've had to go through because Destiny is my everything, and she is the most incredible person in the world.
There it is again. Same thing. Most painful thing I've ever had to go through. Yeah, that was probably her in her 300s. That would be why she looks that much thinner. That was back when she had a neck still. I mean, no offense. I mean, she still got that, she still got them linebacker shoulder thing going on. I mean, put a helmet on the girl and set her up with the 49ers, but, you know, doesn't change anything. The girl was still huge then, you know, I mean, it's ugly to say that, but, you know, it is what it is, you know.
We do still live together. We don't want to lose each other in the sense of like being friends and stuff. And we're even still sharing the same bed. I know a lot of you are going to be like, what? It's very much an attachment thing. Destiny will always be a part of my life. She is literally just everything to me. The breakup was all up to her, and I can't force her to be with me when she needs to figure stuff out.
Do you notice that there's every single time, well, no, every single time, because we haven't gotten through them all, there's a trend beginning there, okay, where we have this massive amount of sniffing and this kind of voice, but no actual tears. There is no actual full show of emotion on her part. She is still playing that vulnerable role because obviously she feels a kind of way. Okay, well, this was, oh, really? She's still. Oh, yeah, a lot. Like a lot. Yeah. Anybody that gives them the time of day for the most part, right? Oh, yeah. She's on a downhill slope on a greased metal sled into bedbound is where she's headed right now, to be truthful with you. I mean, not playing.
I don't really know what to say.
Dusty's excuse was that she wanted to focus on herself and she didn't want to be with anyone, lol. When we all know that she wanted to get with Dana. Now that I think about it, Crystal was an OG for telling her straight away that she wanted to date other people.
Yep.
And just to think of the first time me and Destiny ever met and how amazing it was. I never felt like that before. And she said she never did either. We care about each other so much. And I just wish that I would be her wife one day because that's how it was supposed to be. But maybe I guess not. I don't really know, but
We haven't heard her talk about Crystal in forever, and we all know how the Dusty situation ended up. So there's two best friend exes that she fell out with.
people are asking, where am I going to live? Destiny and I are still going to be living here because we made this our home. We have a lease, we have animals, we have furniture, we have a life here. It wasn't a messy breakup, very mature. I mean, I can say there was a few moments where I was pretty messy about it because it's like when you don't expect something and it comes so just like suddenly, it's kind of like, how do you react? But it was a mature breakup in my opinion, and we still want to be friends and we still love each other and care about each other. She just doesn't want to be with me. In a roundabout way, and the easiest way to say is she thinks that me and her should both work on each other. I should work on myself and she should work on herself.
I'm not even going to comment on her saying that her and Dusty's breakup was mature because I'm still laughing.
Yeah, I mean, I think she may very well have been right around that point, but I know during the time frame that they were together, she was in the 300s then. And it is way smaller. I mean, if you'll think about it, you're talking about 114 to 120 pound difference. I mean, you're talking about a full-fledged adult female in size difference. You know what I'm saying? That's no joke.
Now to a Baxter breakup.
I'm sorry. Do you want to tell them?
We had broke up. It was initiated by me. The fact of the matter is I've had a lot of time to think and reflect. We just want different things in life. You know, Amberlynn wants to leave Kentucky one day, and she wants to see her family, and she wants to move to another state. And it's like, this is my home, and this is where my family is, and I don't want to leave.
Flash forward 2 years later, she is still in Kentucky, and she just broke up with Feline.
But I love her. I love her. I love her. I don't care what anybody else thinks of her. I know who she is, and she has her faults, and I have mine.
Isn't it funny now that we went from this to where we are right now, where Becky has admitted the things that have gone on, some of them anyway, has said that ALR was very damaging to her, not just to her, to Rafe too. I mean, Destiny too. I mean, we're seeing a pattern, you know, at the very beginning, because they're still forced to interact and deal with her. We're cool, no problem, we're friends, whatever. Then they get some space, some time, and some distance, and then it's all bets are off.
My faults too.
Flash forward to Becky now saying that Amberlynn traumatized her and several people in her life.
My
I'm
bad.
not strong enough
Sorry,
to
y'all.
be that support right now. But I want to always have this one in my life.
100%.
And not even a dime. It's nothing to do with money. I just want her in my life. I just feel like this is the healthiest choice for us both. We're going to work through this together. Whenever both of us are hurting, we're going to be there for each other. I'm going through a hard grieving process right now, and I can't be the partner that she needs. And I don't want to hold her back. You know, I don't want her to have to be in Kentucky for the rest of her life and away from her family or her dreams and what she wants and her journey on becoming who she wants to be.
To me, hearing this again, Becky was saying, you know, she was still in a grieving process with losing her mother, and I completely understand it. But ultimately, Amber is so fucking needy that Becky couldn't do what she needed to do to take care of her grief. You know, this was not, I mean, realistically, any equal participant in a relationship would be like, you know what? You've just lost your mom. I know you're going through it. You tell me what you need me to do. Tell me what you need me to do for you. But ALR is not capable of that. ALR's thing is me, 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 me. It's that main character syndrome thing that she's got going on, where everybody else is just a side character and what's going on with them is not nearly as important as her. So I understand Becky's position on being like, we're done, because Becky could not focus all her energy and attention and time onto ALR when Becky had her own demons and issues to deal with. Nobody in the moment faulted her one bit for this, and I don't either. I mean, if I was dealing with somebody like Amber, I would have kicked her ass out too.
And I feel like I can do that too.
It is very interesting looking back at this, how Becky is taking all the blame for everything, and Amberlynn is just crying and not taking a single blame.
We want to stay in each other's lives, so that's it. But like, Becky's my best friend, regardless if we're in a relationship or not.
The best friend that she made fun of during live stream era and didn't respect enough to wait until she's moved out before bringing her new girlfriend in.
So we're not breaking up because anything horrible.
As cliched as it is, it's literally just sometimes love isn't enough. I can't eat, can't sleep, like typical heartbreak bullshit. It was so much easier. I hate to bring up the past, but to fake the breakup, like to fake happiness after the breakup with Crystal and the breakup with Destiny. But as much as those hurt, it just doesn't even compare. Just kidding.
And here we are. She is comparing the pain that Becky is feeling losing her mom to her getting dumped. Right. She absolutely 100% did. And Skinny, I completely understand where you're coming from. I lost my mom a little over a year ago, and I'm going to tell you, girl, I went through it. I understand exactly what you're dealing with. I feel you 100%, girl. Me and you could have like hour-long conversations on all that. I would hope, I sincerely hope that your grieving process was not as complicated as mine was. It was a whole fucking ordeal, girl. Me and you'll have to have us a we'll have to FaceTime at some point. We'll just have to just chop it up and just talk about it, because nobody understands a woman who's lost their mother like another woman who's lost their mother. You know what I'm saying? Right. 100% victim Lynn. Right. Because yeah, you are in a complete state of disarray. I mean, you're dealing with trauma, you're dealing with mental health issues, depression, anxiety, trouble sleeping, trouble eating, true grief symptomology, you know what I'm saying? And it's really, really hard to deal. It's hard to focus on anything aside from how bad you hurt. I don't know. I mean, it has its moments. I mean, for the most part, for right now, I mean, I'm all right, but I have those moments where I'll go through just straight emotional upheaval and boohoo crying my eyes out and all that stuff. And then I go back to being fine again for a while. It's the analogy that my family and I came up with. Okay, y'all are not going to know where I'm talking about, but I know there are other places that have this. There are water parks that will have this huge bucket over the kids' play area, and it's got water constantly feeding into it until the bucket gets full. And eventually the weight of the water causes the bucket to tip over, and it tips over into the play area, and it makes a big old huge splash and a mess everywhere. And then the bucket tips back up again, and the water starts filling it back up again. Amidst conversations with me and my family, we've kind of equated it to that sort of thing. The grief is your water. Your bucket is you. Eventually, there's going to be a buildup of so much grief that eventually it's going to be overwhelming. Your bucket is going to tip over. You're going to cry. You're going to make a mess. It's going to be unsightly. But then the bucket tips back up and you're fine again for a while. And with grief, the way we've looked at it is processing the grief and overcoming the grief just means that the bucket tips over a little less frequently than it did. And that's really kind of how my family describes it. So when we get in one of those states, and you'll probably hear me say it at some point, I'll be like, I got to stop. My bucket's going to tip over, thank you. And that was just a conversation, between me and my dad and my younger brother, where we were having this whole boohoo session. One of us started boohooing and the other one stopped. And it was just kind of like a weird thing. It didn't make any sense, but the more we talked about it, eventually it did, So we're going to keep going with crazy girl here.
Literally a week later, she was talking to YP and said her and Becky never loved each other romantically. Lol.
Nothing feels the same. Like everything just feels so insignificant, and I just sit here and stare into the ceiling, and that's been my life for the last few days. And yeah, Becky
Hi,
and I do not want to be in
Genty.
a relationship with anyone.
How you
So
doing,
we
love?
both decided that that's just not right. Yeah, I mean, I'll just speak for myself. We've talked about it, but I don't want to be in a relationship. I know I have a bad record of always finding someone like a month after a breakup, but I cannot see myself ever remotely looking at someone like I looked at you.
YP, Jade, feline breakup.
Feline and I have broken up. It was mutual. I can't stop crying. I feel like I'm mourning like a death. Like knowing that one day, I'm just gonna wake up and she's not there. It's different type of pain because I envisioned my whole future with her, and I know she did the same. And this was mutual. Love just isn't enough sometimes.
This whole video, when I first saw it, I wanted to reach through the screen and just smack the shit out of her because it irritated the fuck out of me. Her equating getting dumped to somebody dying. She has no clue what the hell she's talking about.
And I know what I'm worth. And I know it might not be a lot to some people, but I know what I deserve, and I know what I want, and I just need to be single. I literally
Exactly.
Oh, my head
Abby.
hurts so bad. Sorry. I have done nothing but literally cry and cry and cry and cry for the last 24 hours.
I feel like Amberlynn looked at all her breakup videos and realized that she is dumped every time. So she came up with the whole mutual BS, and she is still repeating it.
The relationship I had with Feline was literally the most passionate relationship I've ever been in, but on both sides of the spectrum. On both sides. And she's my best friend, and because Pauline is my best friend and I'm her best friend, and it's like, it's kind of hard to cry to the person that you're losing. Even though Pauline and I both have been crying literally all day. I have never, ever, ever, ever seen her cry this much.
I can't wait for the feline fallout too. And the crazy thing is she will never learn from any of these relationships. She will be with another person ASAP.
Am I breaking up? You know, I kind of am. I don't want to like shower. I don't want to do anything. I kind of just want to like eat. I just want to eat. So I want to document, you know, everything to the best of my ability. Obviously I'm not going to share everything, the real personal stuff, because why we broke up, it doesn't matter. She's still trying to hug me and stuff like that. And I have to tell her, like, I can't, like, it hurts too bad. And in the past, like, I didn't want my ex to not sleep in the bed with me, but I don't want her in the bed with me. And I slept without her last night, and it was horrible.
Okay, so I'm gonna end it there because it's mostly outro stuff. Realistically, that entire video, all of that was the deflation end of that cycle that Richard talks about, because we're cycling from elation to deflation and then back to elation. Now that is full blown deflation. She has lost the supply. She's lost the validation. She's lost the ass pat. You know, it's all gone. There is no one there to validate her and to give her what she needs. Then we have mid-cycle. She's mid-cycle here, but probably between, she's mid-cycle here between deflation and elation, because she's aware of what has worked for her to regain that person being present. Doesn't matter who, just so long as there's a body. And so long as there's a body, the elation phase kicks off. Here we have her doing the work to reel in the next candidate. We know it. We know it well. It's called Catfish Lynn, Fatfishing Lynn. We've seen it over and over and over again.
Imagine the day they see you again.
Oh, shoot.
And you are just, well, better.
Okay, so let's jump back to Richard here.
Because everything that this personality disorder is all about power over others. The power of the grandiose narcissist might be to bully you or to reward you. It would be something that is done in the light, yang style.
That whole grandiose narcissist, I'm going to bully you or I'm going to reward you, and never really in between. That, as you can tell based on the description of things, he is identifying to the most basic premises, Foodie Beauty, because that is who she is. Okay. She goes in with, you're going to tell me what I want to hear. You're going to give me what I want, or I'm going to bully you, or I'm going to either, or if you do give me what I want, I'm going to reward you. I'm going to give you your ass pats. I'm going to give you your shout outs. Amber is an entirely different monster.
You will see it coming. Do as you're told, or else you're going to get smacked.
Foodie
Do as
Beauty.
you're told, and you'll get the good thing that you want. Because they have power. That's a grandiose classic narcissist. The fragile or covert narcissist doesn't have power. So they manipulate. They cajole. This is why I think why covert is such a popular way of talking about them, is because they can't do it in a way that is direct. They have to be indirect. So this lack of power, this fragile structure that they're coming from, means that they have to be intensely manipulative. Which brings us to their favorite crazy-making weapon of choice. So you, as the target, have to be, in the sense, in your dyad, in the structure of two people, in the folie à deux.
Yes, ma'am. That's just a bonus.
You're leaning into it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You will perceive them as fragile. And you go, well, they can't be one of those nasty classic narcissists, because last week they said sorry, and the week before that they started crying and opening up to me, and they made themselves vulnerable to me. So therefore, it can't be narcissism. It must be something else. That's actually part of the weapon. The first part of the weapon, so it has like a 1-2 punch effect. The first part is to confuse you, which you will be confused, because you'll be like, well, who am I dealing with today? Which version of them? If they're related, they're showing up as grandiose. So if they've got their narcissistic supply, they'll be grandiose. They'll be the classic bullying narcissist. You've seen them do that. But if they're depleted, then they'll be the vulnerable narcissist. They'll be much more sad. They'll show you that they're weak, that they need you, they need you, they need you.
Cut from the same cloth but different ends.
Confusion. So the first part of this weapon is to make the target feel confused. Who am I dealing with? The grandiose or the vulnerable one? Is it the vicious or the kind one? Which one of these two personas am I going to be dealing with today? Over and over and over again. So you never know where you are. So you're confused. You're upside down. And then the next thing that they'll do beyond the confusion, which is where the crazy makingness comes from, is they will leverage your pity in them by evoking massive feelings of guilt.
Now, where I feel like this applies to Amber, think about all the things that she does. When she's in that elated stage, it's very limited in what she shares. My life, my personal life, guys, I'm not going to show all that, you guys. I'm just going to show you what I feel like showing you. She gets dumped, and then all of a sudden, every single thought she has about being broken up with and how she feels and all that stuff, boo-hoo, feel sorry for me, which is where we fall into the pity. And then when you don't respond accordingly, what does she do? I feel like you're dehumanizing me. You're not listening to me. Y'all keep saying that what I'm going through is fake, and it's not. As I was listening to this video, I was like, holy shiz at how on point he was with this and how it related to ALR. And the wild thing is I'm pretty sure he's never heard of Amberlynn or Foodie.
These are the ones who give you the sob story. So their weapon comes in a package delivered, but it's only the missile delivery system. It's not the weapon itself. It's not the actual payload of the sob story. The sob story. So you will have a story of them orphaned, abandoned, some terrible tragic background, some operatic level dreadfulness that occurred to them. They're the biggest victim in the room.
Like drug addict parents and being in foster care? Sounds pretty close, doesn't it?
Don't you feel sorry for them? Well, if you love a person and they've been through pain, you'll feel pity for them. You'll feel sorry for them. That's natural. There's no shame in that. But what they've done is they've turned that good emotion, that standard emotion, and they've used it against the human host. They've gone, there's a weakness here. If I can present with the structure of fragility, and I'm cycling through elation and depletion of narcissistic supply, that will confuse the target, so they don't know which version of me that they're actually going to get. Then I can give them my sob story, which is the missile delivery system that delivers the payload. The actual main weapon that's going to drive you completely crazy is you feel sorry for them. You feel sorry for them. And you won't leave them. And you won't kick them out. And you won't draw a hard boundary with them because of the sob story.
Does that sound familiar? Think about what we listened to in that last video related to Amber. Been broken up with, been told I'm not in love with you anymore. Y'all, I gotta take this hat off. I'm sorry. It's squeezing on my brain, making my head hurt. My head's too big for it. Ugh. Broken up with, told I don't love you anymore. Forced to sleep in the same bed with her because if I'm alone, I'm going to have anxiety. Forced to continue to live with that person for whatever reason. So there's you see why I included this. There's so much of ALR and the tendencies and the circumstances as she works them. That's why I feel like she, and I've said this before, that she picks people who do not have income. Feline is the only one who has continued to have steady income through the duration of their relationship. And that's part of the reason why I think she's had such a drastic reaction to Feline dumping her, because there's no way that she can manipulate Feline into staying longer, you know? So.
Because it makes you feel guilty. These ones, these vulnerable narcissists, these covert narcissists, these do the most damage, in my humble opinion, just because of the amount of confusion they generate in the host. The amount of confusion they generate in the target is so much, it's so high, it's so intense, and you never know from one day to the next which version of them you're dealing with, and you never really know what the truth of them is.
Mm-hmm.
There is, I don't believe, any real closure with a fragile narcissist. A part of you, after the relationship, is always going to wonder if they were really that sad, lonely, desperate victim that they presented themselves as. You remember the cat in Shrek?
I love this analogy.
Oh, so sad, to evoke an emotional response in people. And then when they go, oh, look at the cute kitty, that's when he gets his rapier, his sword out, and kills them. So this is how it works. And over time, you will, obviously this is going to be crazy making, because what are you going to do? Well, if you're an essentially good person and you believe that they're a victim and you love them, it's also necessary that you love them, or you need something from them, or you're leaning in. You must be leaning in. All of these narcissistically abusive relationships are a dyad. That means there's two people. There's two. So they're leaning into you, you're leaning into them.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there because, you know, from there he gets into breaking away from them and what you have to do in order to take steps to break that connection with them. But him talking about a dyad and a two participant system, that's not only applicable to ALR and these ladies, but it's also applicable with ALR and her audience. I mean, she does the exact same thing to the people who watch her. If you don't validate her every thought, feeling, and action, then you are a terrible person, because I have all this trauma in my past, despite the fact that here we are, and I agree with Fiona's mom. Do we all have trauma? No. But it's our responsibility to deal with that trauma in a healthy way. She chooses not to. That is nobody else's fault but hers. It's not her partner's fault. It's not her audience's fault. And that's all there is to it, you know? There's really no way to really say that any other way than fact. You know what I'm saying? So Lord, I done lost my tab, y'all. Hang on a minute. Oh, no, I didn't. Ha, 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 ha. Okay, so. All right, good deal. So, look at Grateful coming back through. Bless your heart. Okay, now on to the woman of the hour, the star of Girl World and all her fatabulousness. The woman that everybody loves to hate. Let's talk about this Sanctuary of Truth video here. First off, I am going to say this. I don't like Foodie. For the most part, I don't like the content. But this whole Thailand visit thing has actually produced some of the best edited and presented video that she has ever done. Ever. And I don't think that that's purely of her own recognizance. I think that has a lot to do with Sala. That's the only benefit of Sala being in the picture. This is not the full video, y'all. This is clipped down because I'm just going to address the stuff as I see fit.
A rooster.
Okay.
A peacock.
I'm sorry. There was no reason for him to interject every single thing that he saw. I am so sick of hearing his voice. This is not your video, bro. Your name might be on this, but this is not your video. You're not making this video. The people watching are well aware of what a turkey and what peacocks look like. I mean, we're not stupid.
Wow, amazing.
Real quick here. She likes to say that she has no problem with physical activity. She has no problem at all with anything. Look at how she's standing here. Hang on, let me back this up just a smidgen here. Do you notice this? How she's got one foot out in front of the other? That is her trying to counterbalance all of that weight on her front to keep her from falling over. That is a sign that you have an issue, okay? And let's add to it. Look at her shoes. You see how her foot is sitting? She is sitting on the outside of that shoe. She has worn, her feet are literally riding those shoes to the point where her foot is she's literally on the outside of her foot. When she's stepping like this, not like this, like the normal person would be. She's doing this. Tell me you have health problems without telling me you have health problems just by looking at somebody's shoes. This is the same woman who tried to say that she can put on her own shoes. I don't believe it. Right, NyQuil lean on me shoes. Love that. Ah! Yes. Okay, I put this in here because girl, Lord no. If Skechers had if they knew, man. Look at how much she struggles here.
Good job. Hi.
And here we are with the, I mean, I'm sorry. There ain't no way look at this woman man-spreading, y'all. Them balls are so big, she ain't been able to put her legs together in I don't know how long. Real quick, like, I stopped there. I included this clip because I wanted to show you guys something. Okay? Wait. I got to open with Firefox. This image where it says August 28th was Foodie on the plane going to Thailand. Okay? The bottom one is her in the back of that truck. Look at the difference along the button line here. Okay? This fabric is relatively loose. There's a bend there, but that's not uncommon with a lot of fabric. Okay, versus here. Everything is tight here. Everything is tight across the abdomen. And those buttons, them buttons are poised to take out somebody's eye any minute now. I hope in her little backpack, she's got a first aid kit and some eye patches because she's going to have to do some first aid on somebody if they get too close. I mean, what does that say? That right there is probably 2.5 weeks apart. What does that say about the level of weight gain just in the short time frame that she has been in Thailand. Okay, here's the crux of it, Grateful. Miss Lady here has said a couple of times on live stream that she is hand washing her clothes and she is hanging up from a line to dry in the room. So this is not from a dryer. And I mean, this garment, this abaya was just received in the mail not long before they came to Thailand. But what does that say about everything that's going on with her? Based on this image alone, this is two and some change weeks apart from each other. You cannot tell me that this lady is not going to end up having some sort of medical emergency in the near future. And she is 100% in denial. And how she doesn't see it is beyond me, because she's the one editing these videos. Because we know Salah's not. He won't. He wouldn't. Let's continue. I clipped this because look at Salah's face here. He doesn't give two fucks about whether or not she falls on her head. He's more interested in looking at himself.
Sorry, baby. Last one. So I just got this nuts.
Right. No, it's not weight. I think I have said the same thing, Val. I've said multiple times between the liver issues that she's been diagnosed with quite some time back and the fact that she has hypertension. We're looking at probably renal failure, early stages of renal failure. You're talking about portal hypertension with additional liver compromise. There's just too much going on at one time. We are stacking problems like a Jenga tower. Okay. And eventually the tower is going to fall. The tower being her. Okay. Eventually it's going to topple. And when it does, it's going to take her out. This part right here, I can't stand Salah. I don't even like to listen to Salah. But if y'all will remember in a recent stream that she did, she said, some woman told him, oh, that hat looks handsome on you. You want to know who said that?
What do you think, guys?
It's very nice. You look very handsome.
This woman said the hat looked handsome on him. This woman was her. Why does she feel the need to lie?
Well, when we arrived, I think the staff assumed I would want to use the lift. As we affirm...
Hang on real quick. We're going to talk about the elevator situation. First of all, no. Hang on. All right. So, yeah, she lies about the goofiest stuff, and I will never understand it. Now, that whole situation with this staff at this temple, grabbing her and leading her to an elevator. She was like, oh, it was so nice of them. They thought that I would need it, whatever. Ma'am, that ain't the only reason they did it, okay? They didn't want you to fall down the steps and end up creating a situation like this. Couldn't you just see it? One little misstep with them cattywampus ass Skechers. And down she goes, taking out every well-meaning, healthy, average tourist behind her. Them people wasn't worried about her. They was worried about them. They was worried about their liability. That, in addition to the fact that, dear God, she fall and fuck up something that they've spent years to create. Jesus Christ. But that just blew me away. Y'all, I just couldn't even with her thinking that was just so special of them to put her on an elevator. What exactly did she think was going to happen?
As we are firm believers of Islam, we do not come here to learn about the philosophies or theistic beliefs of Hinduism or Buddhism, more just to admire the peacefulness and the architecture of the building.
Now, any normal person, I would assume, and we know Foodie's not normal, but any normal person, no matter what your religion would be, if you were visiting a foreign country, you would be striving to learn all that you could about it, right? So what does it say about the way that she worded that? I mean, she should have just said, we don't give a damn about the Buddhist religion. We're just here because the building looks pretty. It would have been more authentic if she had said it that way, rather than feeding that BS line that she laid out in this particular section. What would be the point? Anyone else have issue with black pants, black shoes, and white socks? Yes. I stopped wearing white socks altogether a year ago, and that's not just with black pants and black shoes. That's with everything. White socks are a no-go for me anymore, so I feel you.
As I mentioned previously, Salah and I are devout Muslims in our belief in God, so we will not be discussing a lot of the philosophy and theistic beliefs or going into detail regarding that.
The video is about us, you see. We don't give two shits about this temple that is actually dedicated to a religion itself that is secondary to our own, because fuck them, right? That's basically what she's saying without saying it. I mean, no offense, but why did you even bother going there?
It seems that no matter what religion or spiritual belief you follow, they all have very similar values when it comes to human comportment and ethics and things like that. Very interesting.
How would she know? She just got through saying twice that they weren't interested in learning the belief system of Buddhism. How would she know? Number one, she wasn't interested in learning about that. Number two, she hasn't even shown interest in learning the principles and ideals of her own religion that she has subscribed to. So make it make sense.
Or the shorts, babe?
Actually, it's too wide and comfortable for me.
So, okay. I left these carvings in because, number one, they are beautiful. They're amazing. I could not even imagine seeing that in person. Okay? But let's be real. These are the only perky tatas that Salah has seen in I don't know how long. Because when he looks at himself in the morning, there's no way. And we know Foodie ain't got none either. So yeah, he was making sure to document so that he had something to look back on.
Wow, it's all made by wood.
No shit. Okay, so here's the deal. And I said this in a short. There is documented code of etiquette in dealing with temples like these. Number one, it tells you not to video or photograph, and if you do, to be respectful. Number two, it says do not touch anything. Okay? They violated two of the biggest rules of etiquette in a house of worship. These two, I could say some stuff, but then I'm going to have to apologize for it later. These two irked the holy living snot out of me. They want to get up in arms when people say things about what they do, but they don't think about the stupid shit that they're doing. The other thing too about Sala and this thing, you can't tell me that when he wasn't videoing, he wasn't walking around rubbing on the tatas on these statues too, because it's probably been a little while since he's touched some. Right.
Here, just like at the Big Buddha temple, we see the snakes lining some of the walkways here.
But she neglects to explain why, just like she didn't explain why when they went up the walkways at the other place. She includes shit and then doesn't give any information. Make that make sense, you know?
Place is definitely something to experience.
Now, take a look at this image. Okay, I would say that these two figures here, okay, are probably, if you measured them end to end from the top of the head to the feet, are about 5'5" to 5'8" in length. Okay? In comparison to Chantal, which is interesting. Because what does it say that she is equal in width to both of these carvings? Exactly. Nobody gives a shit. Stop talking. Quit messing with stuff. Show us the building, because that's the only reason that you came anyway, because the building was pretty and you were told that that was something that you had to see. The other thing too, and I've heard other people say it and I'm inclined to agree, she is mirroring somebody else's page. I mean, we know that she's another one. Her and ALR both, like I said, cut from the same cloth, just different ends. Okay. She is getting the ideas for travel vlogging couples from somebody else. And I can guarantee you she found this through somebody else. And she's doing it simply because it was done by somebody else. She doesn't care. So if you were just doing this for the building being pretty, then just shut up and film the building. Hi, Shelly. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see.
The feel and the atmosphere is just so ethereal.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. Totally fine. I understand. So I put this clip in, obviously, because look at what this woman is sitting on right now. Look at this. She is sitting on an offering table. That's another thing that is considered a no-no in the etiquette of Buddhist temple behavior. You do not touch this. You do not touch the carvings. You do not photograph or video. And if you do, you be mindful and polite about it. And here she is. She's planted her ass on an offering table that may not even be fit to support any of that. The level of disrespect, y'all. Yeah. Agreed. I'm sure, God's honest truth, Shelly, we both know that if that girl had some bud, she'd be too busy inhaling it to leave it as an offering. See, and just absolutely 100% content in her idiocy. And that is absolutely infuriating, because I am one of those people that I am respectful of everybody until they give me reason not to be. And if I'm a guest in somebody's house, I would absolutely do anything that they ask me to do within reason. And everything that you are told is common courtesy and etiquette for these environments can be found with a simple Google search. Takes literally 2 seconds. It just infuriates the crap out of me. Yeah, they are constantly touching things. Stuff that they have no business touching. It was just like the wax museum and them touching those sculptures. Stop touching things. I will tell you the God's honest truth. Whichever one it was, there was one that Foodie squatted down beside and then pushed off of to get back up. I was waiting for that damn thing to break and fall over. God's honest truth. Right. And you see, we're just so special that they don't give a fuck. It just, well, that's true. But, you know, it's just a common decency. And the thing is that if somebody at that temple came up to her, I got to fix this too while I'm at it. Somebody at this temple came up to her and said something about the fact that they were videoing, she would have went on this huge, massive spree after the fact and just would have cobbled together what little bit of footage she was able to attain. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Such is the level of fuckery we're dealing with here. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. I mean, hey girl, sister girl, you dodged a bullet. You dodged a bullet. Big time dodged a bullet. Because I'm telling you, she would have got you in a boatload of trouble. I know it. I know. Okay, so that photo.
Are you feeling jealous?
Shut up. Sorry. So that photo that I posted last night of little mama sprawled out across the desk, this was what I was trying to go through to clip down to take that 2 hours of straight bullshit and cobble it down, you know, to something a little more palatable here, because God's honest truth, I mean, it was mind-numbing. So, you know, right? Well, but you know, she's special. She's special, all right, but not in the way that she thinks. There is actually so much to see at Disney. I mean, you're talking about hours of video, hours upon hours of video, you know. I've been to Disney before, and I've been to Epcot, and Universal, and oh my God, there is so much to see, I mean, not even the big things. There are so many little fine details all throughout that if you spent the whole day looking at everything, it would take you forever. It would take forever. I am too. Oh yeah, absolutely she would. It's because I'm fat, isn't it? No, it's because you're a rude heifer is what it is. And yeah, I called her a heifer. That's fat shaming. Whatever. Okay, let's get on this live.
Are you feeling jet lagged? I don't know. No, I'm not jet lagged.
Sure, Jan.
I think I've only experienced jet lag once, I think.
Okay. I've only experienced jet lag once, I think. Would this be the one time? She looks pretty jet lagged to me, don't you think?
Did you hear something? I swear, I'm not fucking playing. I'm like freaking out right now. Why? I need a weapon. For real. You bitch. Hey! Come out now.
By the way, this will be the only funny thing that she's ever done.
Oh, no. Pete!
Sam trolled her. Sam trolled her. Oh, Shelly's calling for a snipe. Let's see. I'll play nice. We'll do it. Let's see. Let's see if this chick's live. Let's find her first of all. This woman ain't live. Shut up. She ain't live. Somebody played y'all. She ain't live, girl. I just looked. We'll look one more again. Live where, though? Because this is not showing her as live. Yeah, see, there ain't no lives. That's the one from last night that I've cropped down. Where's she supposed to be live at? Is it on Saul and Chantal? Shut up. Nope, she's not live on either channel, y'all. God, dog, I hate that stupid thing. I'm telling you, she ain't showing up as live on either one of these, y'all. Shut up. I hate that thing auto plays. Ain't that some bullshit. Okay, we're going to continue on here. Yeah, she was 100% tore up from the floor up. And the fact that she got trolled by Sam, comedy gold, y'all. Comedy gold. Well, you know, you win some, you lose some. Oh, it's okay, Fiona's mom. Look at that. Connections being made. Okay, so was that the one time she was talking about she was jet lagged? Let's see another one here. How about this time? Is this the one time she was talking about?
Well,
she looks pretty jet lagged to me.
Something to eat. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. You have to be fully vaccinated to get into the food court. So to get into the food court, you have to show proof of vaccination. So the security person was a beezer. Like, hey, Foodie Beauty. And they wanted to take a picture with Pizza Night. So
she is lit right there.
Food court VIP. Fubu. I remember Fubu. Oh man, there's a maple cream liqueur that's out, and
she is slurring that she's so high.
Irish cream. I'm acting weird. E.g., it's the sativa and hamburger, right? You probably just got a security guard fired. Your haters are gonna contact the mom.
Right. Oh, I bet she does.
We ignore COVID rules. We showed him the proof of thing. He asked us for the proof and for ID and everything. He actually followed protocol. What did you get in her tracksuit? And I said, none of your bees. If I did.
Okay. So there's example number 2. And of course, our all-time favorite one, post Shahada, jacked up in a hijab. She's only been she's only been jet lagged one time, y'all.
Thank you. What time is it? Oh, so I made some meatballs today. Sorry, I know my on the burger. But the chicken nuggets I was able to.
And let's be truthful, she was acting like she was on something during that live stream. She can swear up and down that she's not, but we've seen her intoxicated enough to be able to read her. She thinks that she's fooling people, but she's not. I mean, when she's documented it this much, even the most subtle changes with her are going to be evident. Same behavior in that live stream as she's exhibiting right here. Same behavior.
What? Whatever.
Those are just crazy.
Exactly. You can't tell me that the two of them are not indulging. They're in Thailand where you can buy it everywhere. That would be the only reason that Foodie would want to go to Thailand, to be truthful. She doesn't care about the culture. She doesn't care about the architecture. She doesn't care about the food even.
You know,
We know this about her.
I want to be not such a abuser.
She wants to be zooted. That's her aim. She almost likes being high
But I wish I had
more than food.
better
They are running neck and neck for first place.
reactions and things. Looking for pieces for these piece.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there because she gives me a headache. Exactly. So of course, yeah, trust me, do I know? Do I know? After one becomes a sober person, it is really easy to spot impairment in people who are impaired, even if just the slightest little bit.
I have I don't think you guys know this about me, but I have OCD.
Does that look like OCD? How about that? Or that? Does that look like OCD?
I don't know what it is. Maybe like I'm allergic to something like the soap they use in the bed sheets. I'm not sure. I'm very sensitive about those things.
This is the same woman.
Cuba's more.
This is the same woman who wore them filthy drawers that Nader was waving around like a surrender flag. Your skin is so sensitive, but you can deal with crotch rot. And Skinny Queen has just said it best. Blech.
Just like a week vacation type of place, in my opinion. But you could stay for a month, I guess.
World Traveler Foodie Beauty is saying that Cuba is really only meant to be stayed at for a week. This is a woman who barely left her room. When she did, she went down to the beach, twice? And then she spent every other moment that she was outside of that room in the dining hall. So I've done some research on this because at some point I would like to go to Cuba. To get the full experience of Cuba, the entire island, every single individual city, beach, church, there's a fort there, there's various music establishments, food establishments, you name it. The recommendation for that sort of trip to go end to end on that island, experiencing everything, takes about 3 to 4 weeks. This is just reaffirming that Foodie knows nothing without telling us she knows nothing. She doesn't need to be making recommendations to anybody for anything. She needs to just say, oh, well, I don't know.
At least we're not alcoholics. No, I don't want to. Well, I'm not going to crop on alcoholics, okay? Because every addiction, is bad, just like the other. I'm not used to.
Now, that whole comment was started by somebody in her comment section, and they were hoping by saying that she would take a crack at Breezen. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't like Breezen. I've made that abundantly clear. Breezen is not a sober person. I've also made that abundantly clear. But a food addict and a drug addict, which, by the way, she is, just because she has limited access to it does not make her any less of an addict, okay? Has no business discussing anybody. So her taking it the way she did, you can't tell me that she didn't have something on board, because if she were clear-headed, oh, trust, she would have latched onto it.
Going out, like even once a week. I don't like people-y places. I have anxiety. I freak out.
I wonder why. Could it be because she gets reactions like this? The fact that she knows people are looking at her, they're gawking at her, they are viewing her like a circus sideshow. Like that. Or like this. The hits keep coming, y'all. Could that be why she has anxiety? Because when she is out and people are looking at her like a carnival attraction, that she gets extremely self-conscious. The woman who's proud of her body as it is. You can't tell me that you don't feel a kind of way when you see and sense people judging you. And it's evident when people are judging you, even without saying a word. I mean, look at these people. That guy right there's got his mouth hanging open. And then, of course, the MVP of visual shade, the 1-year-old. Looking at her like she is a sleep paralysis demon come to life. That baby won the shade game this year. That baby won the shade game. I didn't know it smells bad. Oh, no. I said that earlier. There was in Skinny's live, they got on a tuk-tuk and they were riding back in the rain. And she kept saying, I'm getting wet. I'm soaking wet. And I said, that's probably the first bath she's had since they got to Thailand. Because I can agree with you. She is hoe bathing it. Can almost bank on that. Yep. Right, but yeah, again, though, she says it's too expensive. Yep. The difference is this lady right here, she made such a huge ordeal about this woman fat shaming her, but she wasn't rude about it. She was simply asking a question to clarify. Not having people say something to you it actually cuts deeper because you know what they're thinking. And you actually even speculate even further on what they're thinking. If they actually said what they thought, it's probably nearly as bad as the things that you project in your head. Yep. And that's because people look at you and they're judging you and you can see it. I bet she is, and it's because she doesn't want the judgment. I'm proud of my body, y'all, but then she gets anxious because there are people looking at her like a carnival sideshow everywhere she goes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no question.
You kidding? Can't even put my own socks on. No, I'm just joking.
No, I'm just joking. We talked about this on the last video. There it is again. Standing like a tripod so that she doesn't fall over.
People who follow like-minded, collective thinking.
Oh, wait. That's really the only way she can sit, to be truthful. I understand, and I would feel that way too, to be honest. Because I've been there. It is very hard to have people judge you, but at the same time, you're the only one really in control of that sort of thing. I mean, we can hope for the best all we want, but until we finally have enough and we decide this is what I'm going to do and I'm going to make these changes, I mean, there's really nothing you can do but stand idly by and just be the kind of person that they need. You know what I mean? That's one way of putting it. Probably. And then I love this part.
Collective thinking, I don't care,
Wait a minute.
Can't even put my own socks on. No, I'm just
My bad, y'all. Let's get to the part about collective thinking.
People who follow like-minded, like collective thinking, you know. I don't care, like, whatever. If I lose all supporters for doing the right thing, then I don't even do something right. I would rather have no supporters then. Period.
She hates groupthink. She hates collective and following the crowd, but she doesn't care if her followers don't follow her anymore because they don't collectively follow what she says. Isn't that interesting? He's not that great of an actor as far as I see it, but that's just me.
Like, I don't know how people think they can blackmail me into doing something they want me to do. You can get bent. That's what you can do. I stopped caring. Like, I stopped caring to try to convince people who just try. Their whole job is literally trying to find something to make up that's not true. You know, like just the dumbest conspiracies I've ever heard in my life. And but at the same time, I do understand it because like anybody in the public eye is not exempt from that.
Now, I have this video saved. If anybody wants this video to clip that, you're welcome to it. Any content creator who wants that are welcome to it. Because let's be honest, instead of the fair use notification that most people use to open their videos, it would probably just be best to use this clip because you know she loves to say, well, people, she's saying it here, people in the public eye are going to get that kind of scrutiny. But when she gets that scrutiny, she gets pissed. So anybody content creator wise, refer back. Let me know if you need it or if you want it. Like I said, I have it saved. It's not going anywhere. Again, I think she's on something there because if she were sober, she would not be laying it out this way. The other thing she wouldn't be doing either is she wouldn't be saying any of the stuff that she's saying. I mean, her saying, oh, well, you know, people are making up complete and total things. And, yeah, I've had it happen a lot. Made up what exactly? Every reaction channel that talks about her is literally using her words, her actions, her content against her. So what exactly is being made up? Her drug use? Because that's well documented. The sexually transmitted diseases? That's more than well documented. No, Val, she didn't. I'm just putting that out there, you know, just in case. Because, you know, she has a tendency of scrubbing things whenever she gets a bug up her rear end. So, you know, just putting it out there, you know, file that away for future reference kind of thing. Being an animal abuser, would that be made up? Nope. That's pretty well documented too. Huh. So what exactly is being made up and speculated and pulled out of thin air? She has a tendency to believe that because she chooses not to remember things that everybody else forgets too, and that's not the case. Just like her deleting everything, like because she's deleted it, it's gone, it never happened. That's not the case. The internet is forever. And that's something that she needs to understand, and she needs to just own it. 100%, Shelley. I've said that more than once. I've actually done a couple of videos breaking down all the various things that could be happening to her from henceforth, based on the diagnoses that we know that she has. Pointing out symptomology that I'm seeing and what they mean and the complications that could arise from each one. She's she has a terminal case of denial. She is hospice level at denial.
You know, judging them how they live their life or how they worship their God. Meanwhile, one street.
Oh, wait. She says, I don't judge people for how they live their life or how they worship their God.
Like anybody in the public eye is not exempt from that. You know, judging them how they live their life or how they worship their God.
And then she says this right here about FFG.
Meanwhile, one streamer is supposedly Jewish, doesn't do Shabbos or doesn't do anything else. Even
Isn't it interesting to say that when she actually doesn't have anything to back that up? FFG does not vlog her life. FFG does not open up her home, her family, her religion to us. I mean, she talks about it to some extent, but not enough to actually base that sort of evaluation on. The difference is that Foodie does. And when people have anything to say about it, that's her response. Nobody, let me see if this is
people
it.
who criticize that don't follow their supposed religion or whatever they, you know, like to a T. I don't know.
I kept that in there though because the difference is that there are plenty of people out here who do. I mean, take a look at myself. I mean, I believe in God. I'm not religious. Do I read the Bible? Very rarely. Do I go to church? Very rarely. But even the most devout, the most wholesome of Christians falter. That is just the way that it goes. We are creatures built of fallacy. There will never come a point where anyone, no matter how devoted they are to their religious beliefs, will go without a moment where they falter. The difference is that the entity that they've devoted their faith to never fails them. That's the difference. And like Grateful said here too, most people have morals and values. The difference between the FFG entry section there and then this section, she's making a comparison between her and other people. The difference is that other religious people actually make an attempt to follow the values that they have chosen to devote themselves to. She doesn't. This is the grandiose narcissist at work. When they are criticized, they attack. Well, what about you? You're not doing that. Oh yeah, we know that she has pulmonary edema. We know she has hypertension. You can pretty much almost bank on the fact that she has some portal hypertension in the liver because the diabetes has gone unchecked. Progressive kidney problems. She's got a litany. Like I said, her bodily function at this point is a Jenga tower with all these problems stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking. And when it becomes too much, it's going to be her toppling over. It's just a matter of time. I agree with that.
You know, I never say how it's my whole life. When did I ever say that Islam is my whole life?
All right, let me back this up.
When did I ever say that Islam is my whole life?
Mark that, because are you ready? That live stream, she asked that question. Exactly 3 days before, she said this.
As I mentioned previously, Salah and I are devout Muslims in our belief in God.
Webster Merriam Dictionary provides the following Definition: believing strongly in a religion and obeying all its principles. To be devout is to be deeply devoted to one's religion or to another belief, cause, or way of life. And said prior to that point in that video that because they are followers of Islam, that they were not interested in learning about Buddhist religion.
It's like, this is fat shaming this person. This is being ableist, making fun of the fact that she can only walk to a tree. Might be lols for you, but it's actually still ableism. Call it what it is.
Okay. Hi, Foodie. Thanks for watching. Here's a little education for you, since you don't crack a fucking book, ever. I'm the one that was actually having the conversation about ALR not leaving her home, not walking more than a block from her house, because ALR was touting Foodie as this inspiration simply because she hauled her ass from one country to the next, not putting in any little bit of effort on her part. Riding anything and everything except getting a piggyback ride off a Sala. Okay. Ableism is the definition of a social and prejudice and discrimination of and social prejudice against people with disabilities based on the belief that typical abilities are superior. At its heart, ableism is rooted in the assumption that disabled people require fixing and defines people by their disability. I'm going to share a little secret with the great wide world out there, with ALR, with Foodie. You being morbidly obese is not a disability. Your inability to sit the fork down and push your ass away from the table is not a disability. That was a decision. That was the end result of action that you willingly participated in. And I say that as someone who used to be morbidly obese. Take it as you will. I'm sure at some point, probably 20, 30 years from now, every bit of that will come back to me, but that's fine. Hell, maybe even sooner. I don't care. I said what I said. And I meant it with my whole fucking chest. Every bit of this, every bit of that 450 pounds you're hauling, every bit of that 500 plus the ALR is toting, was not the result of a birth defect. It was not the result of an accident. It was not done by something outside of your control. There is absolutely nothing wrong with people with disabilities. As a matter of fact, I know some amazing people who have various limitations. But I don't feel any pity at all for Amber or for Foodie. This is called, all of this is called the repercussions of one's actions. That's all it is. If you don't like it, fuck all the way off.
Of where a big part of haters come from. People who hate on you want you to shut your mouth. They don't want to hear from you because then they play victim and say, oh, you're such a bad, vile bully. You shouldn't be on the internet. But they do worse every day.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares whether or not what you have to say, realistically. You're here for our amusement, ma'am. Nobody wants you to shut up. Despite what you think, nobody really genuinely wants you off this platform. between your viewers and the viewers out here, they want to see you implode. And trust. They will follow that downhill slide until you end up like Jen. And then they'll start watching somebody else. You're not special in all of this. Well, to be truthful, which time do you want? Which time do you want to know about? Okay, when I had weight loss surgery, a little over 20 years ago, I was 358 pounds. And I went from 358 pounds to 170. And I stayed between 170 and 180 for about 20 years, give or take a little bit. And then between perimenopause, losing my mom, depression took a hold for a little bit. And then, with perimenopause, your metabolism is one of the things that hits the dirt. So over the course of probably eight or 9 months, I gained like 60 pounds. So I am currently on a weight loss journey now. I started out at 240, not 243. Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry. I had a moment. When I realized exactly how much weight I had gained, I think I was at like 242, 243. I am down now to 195. I started that taking back my body back from perimenopause. I started that at the end of January. So, it isn't like it's not possible for anybody. Because here I am and I'm doing it a second time and I'm being successful at it a second time. That's why I don't feel pity for either of them. I just can't. I can't feel it. I can't feel pity for them. Not when they know that they have the option, but they choose not to take it, All right, let's continue.
Doesn't make any sense, When I say I hate them, I don't mean I hate them. I just hate.
This is her talking about kids, by the way. Hang on.
Internet, but they do worse every day. Doesn't make any sense,
Right here, she's talking about kids.
I hate them. I don't mean I hate them. I just hate being around them for too long. That's all I mean, okay? So when I say I hate kids, I don't hate kids. I hate being around them for too long. I'm just kidding.
I'm just kidding.
Depends on the kid,
I don't want children. I don't like them. I find them to be evil little demons. And I really don't
Oh,
care.
sorry, y'all.
I love my sleep. I love doing whatever I want any time of the day. I like all the extra money I have and not have to worry about it. I love it. So who are you insulting?
And if I was very ashamed of how I looked and how big I am, I'm actually shocked. I hear so many people criticize my weight. I can't believe it. Like, it's weird to me. Like, obviously I know I'm overweight.
Do you now?
Look at it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It may sound cold, but all you got to do is fucking try. And that's why I am beyond fed up with her and ALR and their fat shaming bullshit and their ableism bullshit, because get up and fucking do something. Do something about it. If you're unhappy with how things are, get up and do something about it. Everybody's heard that saying. Life doesn't come with a remote. Get up and change it yourself. And I say that because it's entirely possible for people to do it. It's documented all day long. That was a water fast, first of all. And I think what happened with that is she had not ate She did nothing but drink for a little while. Her blood sugar probably dipped and it freaked her the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't feel bad for her. Right. Her and ALR have the exact same issue. They are so accustomed to instant gratification that they expect weight loss to be the exact same way. And it's not. Not even with weight loss surgery is it that way. It took more than a year. It took a little over a year for me to lose all of my weight. I didn't have weight loss surgery and drop 100 pounds in 2 weeks. It does not work that way. It is a mental deficit on their part, and they both need therapy or some sort of inpatient treatment where they relinquish control to somebody else because they're ill-equipped. Girl, like I said, me and you, girl, we got to FaceTime at some point because the conversations we could have, sister, the conversations we could have. I'm going to tell you. Okay. And you will probably be like, what? I was having some of the most off-the-wall symptoms that I never associated with anything menopausal. I mean, I was just like, what is really going on here? But the very first thing that I did when I spoke to my doctor about everything, they're like, yeah, we'll put you on hormones. It'll correct everything. Everything will go back to normal. Everything went back to normal except for my metabolism. I was mad. I was so mad because my activity level had stayed the same. My eating habits had not changed. I mean, I've been on a higher protein, eating small meals 6 or 7 times throughout the day because that's what I was regimented to after having weight loss surgery, you know. And yeah, I haven't ever really been a big proponent of high sugary foods because it gives me dumping syndrome. It makes me nauseous. It gives me palpitations. I mean, in the last year, I've only had one thing that actually has real sugar in it. And it was a half a piece of cake for my sobriety birthday. And I had to stop because I started having palpitations and upset stomach and feeling just puny, you know? So, I mean, it wasn't that. I didn't eat a lot of fast food. I mean, my eating habits are actually really not terrible. I mean, probably the most unhealthy thing that I eat would probably be bread. But my metabolism did not rebound. And I went to my doctor and was like, yo, can't have this. I'm over it. It's just beyond cray cray. I can't deal. And she was like, okay, here's what I want you to do. And she put me on intermittent fasting. And that whole, it's difficult to get into. And my doctor actually gave me some medication to kind of help me transition into it. She put me on like an appetite suppressant for a couple, like 2-3 weeks to help me get into the routine of not eating as soon as I got up. And now I'm regimented. I eat an 8-hour period. I fast for 16, having no problems at all. And still going hard and heavy on the protein because that helps. It helps quite a bit. That's what I'm talking about, Shelly. Do the damn thing, girl. Hey, swimming is probably the best activity for you in relation to cardio and just overall muscle development. If you do have joint problems, breathing problems, you know, any sort of issue that could keep you from doing like actual impact exercise. So chef's kiss. Oh, well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I don't even remotely see how they could continue to not see that though, when there are videos and images of them next to people who are of the same height range, who are at a healthy body weight. You know what I'm saying? it would be one thing if it would be just them alone and all they see is them and they have that mental block up there. But if they had a person next to them who is actually the same height and of a normal weight, you would think that it would be like whoosh, and just, smacking them in the forehead, but right. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. And I tell people all the time, realistically, if you're going to start a change of like lifestyle, especially in relation to your eating, because winning at weight loss starts in the kitchen. You could go to the gym, spend 4 or 5 hours at the gym if you wanted to, but if your eating habits still suck, you're going to completely be working against yourself. Your eating habits in the kitchen are going to be the cornerstone of your success with weight loss and weight maintenance. I've learned this through experience. And it's not easy, but a big part of the issue where people have failure issues is because they go from 0 to 100 like that. Instead, what you do is you make subtle changes along and along and along over 2-3 weeks, you build up to where you want to be. Rome wasn't built in a day. Our ideal health status is going to be the same way, That's crazy. See, and that's a thing. And I'll tell you the God's honest truth. One of the things that I was having happen that I did not associate with menopause was brain fog. Like I would do something and I would be like later on doing something else. I'm like, did I do that? And then I would have to go back and look, like stupid stuff, like turning off the oven. When I know that obviously I did, because that's just a habit. Is before I take anything off the stove, I turn it off. It's just a habit. That's been something that's been built into me over a long time frame. But even though that's a habit, I would still move away and continue on with something else. And then I would have that moment. I'm like, did I turn the oven off? Jesus, I can't remember if I turned the oven off. And then I would go and look just to make sure that I'm not losing my mind. And of course I had turned it off, but I got told that brain fog thing and stuff like that's because of perimenopause. And I was like, okay, so hormones is making me lose my mind. That's good to know. That's amazing. Congratulations, Summer. That's wonderful. That is so great. Prayers and blessings to a nice, long, happy, fulfilling life for Summer, y'all. I'm going to tell you, Skinny, you won't regret it. Best decision I ever made was listening to my doc when she told me to do that. And, the other thing she said too is she's like, don't worry about your calorie count. Don't worry about like the calories and what you're eating. She's like, focus more on getting as much protein as you can. Make sure you stay in your fasting window and you're good. And God's honest truth. I mean, I'm going to tell you, there are days that I've done it so long now that there are days where my fasting period will come, breaking my fast, and it'll be like another 2 hours later before I even realize that it's time for me to break my fast. I mean, your body gets into a routine with it so that you don't even notice it. You're not hungry and you could lose 2 hours of your fasting window. I've done that a couple of times where, I'll get up, I'll have my coffee, I'll be sitting down doing stuff or running around in the house doing stuff. And then the next thing I know, because like my break from the fast, I have it set from 10 a.m. to 10 to 6, or either that, like 10 to 6. So that's the way I'm supposed to be doing. But several times, I've not caught the fact that I didn't break my fast until like 12, sometimes after 12. So I break, and then I do that 8-hour time frame from the time frame that I've started eating. I give myself that 8 hours, and then I go right back into a normal fasting thing. Yeah, it only sucks the first few days and so long as you are incredibly mindful, make sure you drink a lot of water. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, and that's perfectly understandable. But like for me, the only reason that the 16 and 8 is workable for me is I am incredibly blessed. I don't have any major health problems. The only thing resembling medications that I take is I take like an allergy medication, but that's only started since I moved here. And then I take, daily multivitamin, primrose oil. By the way, Skinny primrose oil. And then there's one other one, and I'll have to look it up for you. But there's 2 supplements that I take that actually help with menopause. So let me figure out what they are, and I'll send you a message so that you can look them up. But primrose oil, I do like a collagen. I do a flaxseed oil. Trying to think of what else. I do my Pepcid for my stomach because of surgery. Trying to think of what else. I do an extra vitamin D, an extra vitamin C, a zinc, and then a medication called Keratin. And Keratin is actually an over-the-counter supplement too. And it's actually an anti-inflammatory. It's good for your cardiovascular system. It's good for brain health, and it's good for your joints. But that C, D, Keratin, and zinc, those 4, those are the anti-COVID regimen. I took those babies all the way through COVID when I was working through COVID patients, and didn't get sick until like 2 years after the fact. After COVID kicked off, I went 2 years, and I had every sick person. I worked 3 different places, and they put me in the COVID unit because I didn't care. I lived by myself, so if I got sick, I wasn't worried about bringing it home to anybody. But that stuff, man, my immune system was like a tank during that time frame from all that wonderful supplementation. I've decided I'll probably never stop it again because it has so many additional health benefits other than just keeping COVID away, Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like any sort of long-term lifestyle change in relation to health, it's better to ease into it than to go from 0 to 100. So, and that's where a lot of people fail. Like they try to, like, let's say with the intermittent fasting, they go day 1. Okay, I'm going to fast for 16 hours today, not understanding that it's incredibly hard because we're not wired that way. Our bodies are very, for the most part, very, Jesus, I done forgot the word. Very routine driven. Took a second. Very routine driven. So, I mean, if our body is accustomed to eating right after we get up, then we're going to have that hunger sensation for a while after we get up, and, trying to go straight through and say, okay, I'm going to fast until 5 a.m. Like when I started, I was getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work at 7 a.m. And then I wasn't supposed to break fast until 10 a.m. I mean, that's fine. That's a long time frame to have to sit there hungry, waiting to break fast. So yeah, inching your way closer to where you want to be over the course of a week or 2, if that's what you need, that's going to be your best bet for long-term success and sticking with it in the end, versus going, oh, I'm going to fast 16 hours the first day. It's just really, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, kind of, So talking about going back to Foodie here, the biggest issue is not people so much talking about her weight. It's all the various things that she is experiencing secondary to it. Even if she can't see how big she is, you can't tell me that she doesn't acknowledge and experience the limitations that she's having because of it. And it's evident in the videos. I mean, take the boat.
Yeah, let go. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
She about took that boat out, y'all. I mean, situations like this, how can you not acknowledge exactly what kind of state you're in when you have issues doing pretty much anything physically? And this is what people are pointing out to her. They're pointing out the fact that she's continuing to gain weight. She's continuing to outgrow clothes. She can't walk more than 5 minutes, if that, without being beat red in the face, having chest pain, feeling like she wants to throw up, struggling to sit down, struggling to step down, struggling to step up. I mean, you would think that even if she thinks that her body is okay or that she has a issue seeing it, that she's experiencing it. You know what I'm saying? She's incredibly defensive. It doesn't bother her why she's so angry. Exactly. She knows. She wants people to tell her that it's okay. She's had so much coddling over the years. Her and ALR both have been incredibly coddled and told that everything is fine and you're beautiful exactly as you are. People are just jealous of you. That now that it's being pointed out to her that she's not okay and that she's not perfect and that, you know, no one is jealous of her. She has this ingrained, almost visceral kind of how dare you and who the hell are you kind of response. I mean, that's why she gets angry, you know, and there's been a couple of times where she's been, you're just jealous. And I might do it if she tries it again coming up, you know, if she gets back on that you're jealous train thing that she likes to do. There might be a short video where I respond to that in the most shady, nonverbal way possible. So, yeah.
Okay.
Let me see here. Oh, Lordy. Hang on. That's not what I needed. Let's trash that. So, real quick. The other thing, too, and it was in the video where they went to the market and they bought all those various fruits. In the tuk-tuk on the way back, Sala reached over and grabbed a hold of the rail on the other side of the tuk-tuk. Foodie leaned over on him and then went to lay her head on his shoulder. And what does it say about the level of weight gain when she could, even though she tried, her neck, the padding on the back of her head, on her arm, and everywhere else, she could not actually lay her head on him. So, I mean, at the minimum, I mean, there's all these varying things that are showing her that she needs to make a change, but she is so against it. I mean, she absolutely refuses to do anything that could possibly help her because there are so many people out here saying, you have got to change your life. You have got to do something. And this is her, all of this is her thumbing her nose at her audience, at the people out here in the girlverse and everything else. I mean, realistically, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. I meant what I said about that Jen comment. I mean, most of these people don't give two shits whether or not she changes her life or not. If she dies, hey, I'm fixing to pull a Dolph London. If she dies, she dies. You know, that's just the way that it's going to be. And, you know, nobody is going to feel sorry for her. Nobody is going to mourn her. And when I said that they'll just move on to somebody else, they will. I mean, look at what happened with Jen. That's exactly the way it happened with Jen. There are videos talking about the downfall of Jen. I mean, Mr. Snowflake is working on a series on that, breaking down the chain of events that led Jen to the grave. And that will be Foodie. That will be Foodie's legacy, her legacy that she's so worried about. It will be breaking down all the destructive things that she has done to herself over the 10 years that she's been online. You know? Apparently, oh no. Did we jinx? I think me and you jinxed you when we were talking about that earlier. Vanessa, bless your soul. I'm so sorry, honey. Right. I mean, realistically, that's all this is. This is not, I mean, people are not as invested as Foodie and ALR think they are. This is something simply to take a few minutes away from their daily lives to entertain themselves. You know, there is nobody out here that's going to be that hardcore ride or die for them. You know, I mean, and the situation with Foodie and Marty shows that. I mean, when these people who are watching her, when their own personal boundaries started to be breached, they ran like rats off a sinking ship. That should have told Foodie everything that she needed to know. She has self-aggrandized herself to the point where she thinks that she's never going to have to deal with anything. And that's just not the case. Exactly. Girl, I'm gonna tell you, I did like a whole video talking about it, and truth be told, I was just like, number one, I miss my clothes. Number two, I miss my energy level because this sucks. I don't like it. And then number three, I was like, now my hips are starting to hurt. The little bit of weight that I've put back on has made my hips hurt, and I cannot deal with this anymore. It's got to go. So, I mean, realistically, I mean, the conversations that I have about Foodie, I mean, at 240 pounds where I was at this last go round, my hips hurt. So Foodie at 5'3", not 5'3", Foodie is shorter than that. Foodie's like what, 5 feet? And ALR being 5'3", the amount of discomfort they walk around in daily is almost unbelievable to me. You know? Yeah, Skinny, you're doing great too, honey. I mean, you had a setback this last week, but you're going to get back on track. You got this. Time, effort, you got it. No problem, you know? The fact is, exactly, that's the point. Keep doing it. Keep pushing through. Face the setbacks are going to happen. Face the setback. Keep pushing through it. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you can finally slow down, Vanessa. I'm so sorry. I've had plenty of those nights. I understand. Yeah, man. I mean, when I was 350, everything hurt. My hips, my back, my knees, my ankles. I actually have arthritis now in everything from my hips down because of being such an active person. Even at 350 pounds, I worked a full-time job on my feet. You know, I was wide open. I've always been the type of person to have more than one job, and that time frame was no exception. And ran my butt off, and I was physically miserable. So how it is that they are able to be that excessive in size and not be looking at themselves going, Jesus, I've got to do something, is beyond me. How they can continue to be in that state of denial so comfortably is really, really hard to fathom. Okay, real quick. I don't know if I said it recently or not. I don't think I did. The Foodie Booty bucket hat. There will be 5 of these up for grabs. After the stream is ended, come back in the comment section, leave a comment. Doesn't matter what it is. You can respond to something. You can, emojis, whatever you want. Okay. In about 2 or 3 days, I'm going to do a drawing at random with a comment selector. And what I'm going to do from there is I will be screen recording it so that it can be verified so that you guys can see that there was no funny business. And I'll put the list of names up and I'll put the video up so that you guys can see it. But 5 of these still got the tags in them, brand new. Ready to go. And if you want me to send it directly to you at your home address, totally fine. If you have somewhere else you want me to send it to with your name, care of, wherever. Shelly, I can make an attempt. Hang on, baby. Let me see. Let me not say that before I go sticking my foot in my mouth here. Hang on, love. New Zealand. Holy cannoli. Well, printed material options. Yeah, I could probably do that. Yeah, I probably could. Well, no, honey, hang on. See, I went and looked it up. Here's the deal. That the first number that I looked at, well, I found it. I just found it through a random website. If you'll send me a message on Instagram, I'll see if I can find you a spot to grab one and have it shipped to you. The place that I got it from was like at a little retail shop in Georgia, in the state of Georgia here. So I don't know if they would ship it to you, but like the first class international shipping it says from $3. It just, the speed is going to vary depending upon where it's going to. Let's see. So it shouldn't be bad. You know what I'm saying? It isn't like I didn't know that I was possibly going to get into that. You know what I mean? So, either or, if you get lucky, Shelly, and you happen to get your name pulled, I'll send it to you. It's fine. It's no big deal. It's the least I can do. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see you in a picture at work with that hat on. But just a little heads up. If you don't want me to send stuff directly to you, if you're worried about, your privacy or whatever, if you have an address you want me to send it to, you can give me that and I'll put your name, care of, whatever establishment, and send it to wherever you want it to go. Now, if you happen to win it and you don't want to keep it and you want to give it to your favorite reactor, say Skinny Queen, because Skinny Queen is here. Let's say somebody else's name gets drawn and they said, I don't want it, but I want Skinny Queen to have it. Then I'll reach out to Skinny Queen and get her info and send it to her. So whatever you want to do, I'm down for whatever, mainly because, this is just for funsies, guys. This is just for us to be able to just have a little bit of fun. The foodie beauty thing is way too serious. And the fact that hat just looks flat out ridiculous on her is amazing. So, yeah. And I agree with Shelly. There should absolutely be pictures. Please, please, please send them to me because I would love to see you guys doing all sorts of crazy stuff with these hats on. If you want to put them on your dog, you want to put them on a teddy bear, I don't care, whatever. Or like, if like you could do like Sisterhood of the Traveling. Here, I'll put mine on. Sisterhood of the Traveling Tie Hat. Take you a picture with it and then send it to somebody else. I'm doing my foodie impersonation now. If you have somebody near you that, you want to share the hat with so that they can take a picture with, do some goofy pictures in it, that's cool. I think that would be fun, I just wanted everybody to be able to have a little bit of fun. The foodie thing, she makes it more serious than it needs to be, even though, we get to be able to laugh at her. There's a lot of shit going down over there it reeks of negativity, and the negativity can radiate. And I don't really want us to get mired down in it. I want us to be able to have some fun here, Thank you. Well, I thought it was I just wanted to do it for the fun of it because I like this. I mean, look at this hat. This hat is not the same. It's not exactly the same. I mean, they're built the same, but equally ridiculous. And, let me put it right there then. I think I look like a goofball with it on, but I'm still willing to wear it. I mean, I ain't got no shame, y'all. I ain't got no shame in the slightest. I don't care. And actually, when the stream is over, more than likely, I'm going to put it up there on my shelf with all my other stuff. So we've got us, because this is going to be my, every time I go somewhere, and by the way, I do have some videos that are going to be coming up. I got a call tomorrow and schedule my appointment. I'm going to a wildcat reserve not far from here so that I can actually show what actual cat conservation looks like versus what Foodie has shown us in her Tiger Park video, because what we saw there is not the way these animals are actually treated when they're in a conservation environment. And I'll be doing a sit down interview with the husband and wife that owns it so that they can break down the actual things that go on. And it's not going to be just videoing the animals and me walking around and, I'm kind of sort of hoping they're going to let me love on one or two of them because the idea of that is just awesome. But if they don't, they don't. If they do, then yay me. I love animals, all animals, with rare exception. I don't do snakes. I'm not crazy about lizards, but I really don't do snakes. Four-legged and furry, down for it all day long. And the fact that we're talking about wildcats, we're talking about servals, we're talking about jaguars and mountain lions and stuff like that, panthers, stuff like that, just cats of various shapes and sizes and regions. So I'll be doing a video on that soon. I even bought equipment, guys. I went and bought some mics. So I'm charging those up so that they're ready to go, I'm going to be doing some other stuff too. But every time I go somewhere, we do something in relation to the channel, it'll be up on the wall behind me. It'll be on the shelf behind me because, why not? It'll be a little memory wall. Man, I done messed my hair up. Look at that. I done gave myself a mohawk. I ain't got no sense, y'all. Okay. I bet that was amazing. I've said at one point, and I got to probably sort through, I got to start doing some planning and all that. Like, there's actually a big cat preserve in Africa that you can go and volunteer at, and you stay there. Well, obviously you pay to go. You pay to fly there. You pay them to stay there because they're feeding you, they're housing you, that sort of thing. But you can go there for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But I'd like to go for a week. And you're dealing with lions, you're dealing with elephants, you're dealing with, trying to think of what else, lemurs, all these various African species, and you're doing hands-on work with them. You're putting together their food for the day. You're going out and you're actually feeding them. And like the babies, a lot of times the babies are not left with the adults because, oops. I see the videos down. Can y'all still hear me? Oh, okay. There it goes. It's back. The babies, a lot of times they do separate them temporarily. They take them out, they feed them, and then they take them back in. That way, they don't really have to worry about having their feedings interrupted. They get a full solid meal all at one time versus the male lions messing around and interrupting things, because that is a thing in the lion kingdom. The male lions like to mess with everybody, especially the cubs, especially if the cubs are not theirs. So I thought that that would be an amazing experience to be able to hold and cuddle a little baby lion and feed a little baby lion and watch their little ears wiggle while they're sucking on their breakfast. I thought that would be adorable. But that's going to be something that I'm going to have to plan out like way far in advance, because there's going to be a lot of logistics. I mean, we're talking about 14, 15-hour flight from Jacksonville to overseas, and then another short flight from whatever airport to Johannesburg, and then a drive from Johannesburg to where this place is at. And then, making sure my animals here have, somebody to watch after them and to come in and keep their feeding schedule kind of set, because my two are very, very regimented. I mean, like mine, they'll lay down in the bed with me, let me rub on them for a little bit in the morning, but it isn't long and they're telling me it's time for breakfast. So, yeah, I've got them a little spoiled, so yeah, but that's on my bucket list. I got a lot of things that I want to do, and it's just a matter of finding the time and scheduling and everything. Like this week, I want to go do that. I want to go do the cat conservation thing this week, but I got to figure it out because I got a text from my dad earlier. Him and the step monster are down. They came down today, and they're going to be staying until, did he say Thursday or Friday? He told me the 21st. They're leaving to go back Thursday night. So he's got some stuff that he said he wants to bring me from home. I'm going to probably assume that it's stuff that was my mom's. And I'm sure he's probably going to want to go bowling again, and he's probably going to want to have dinner and stuff like that, because, just the way it goes. But I will be figuring it out. I mean, realistically, I've made a lot of changes and stuff to the way I'm doing things these days. I'm only working weekends. I refuse to work full time anymore. Not like I was, because, when my mom had a lot of plans and she was actually counting down to retirement, she was going to retire early. When she passed away, she had a year and 5 months a little over a year and 5 months until she passed. And she had so many things that she was going to do when she retired that she never got to do. So now I'm at a place where I refuse to sell all of my life away like that anymore. I want to still be able to enjoy some of my life while I still have the opportunity and the health to be able to do it. I don't want to wait until I'm retirement age to actually be able to enjoy the little things and to experience things. You know what I'm saying? It's wild how losing someone important to you can turn your world upside down and change your priorities. For the most part, to the good. In this circumstance, for me anyway, to the good. I'm a lot happier than I was, when I was running myself half to death. I mean, I wasn't just burning the candle at both ends. I mean, there was a bonfire at both ends, and I just don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, I'm so glad that you get tickled by that, because, God's honest truth. I mean, thus far, she hasn't done anything really, really egregious. I mean, even that dick comment in front of me, it pissed me off, but I was just like, I'm not holding it against her. I mean, and when we've been out together, I mean, I haven't really, she's been nothing but polite, and God's honest truth, it's probably best that she is. I think she's figured that out yet already. But I think that has more to do with her not creating conflict with my dad. I think the video cramping out threw everything off. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a fair amount. I got all of her photography equipment, and she had a lot, and I mean a lot. Multiple cameras. I mean, like really expensive cameras, backdrops, lighting setups, you know, kids and baby costumes. I mean, you name it, she had it. He brought me all of that. I can't remember. He brought me all of her gardening stuff because I set up the garden in the backyard. So I'm not exactly sure what all he's bringing me this go round because I don't remember actually having a conversation about it, you know? Yeah, man, it's always that way when something incredibly pivotal happens. It kind of flips your world upside down, shakes it, and then flips it back over again. And you're kind of stuck trying to figure out where you're like, wait a minute, where am I? And where do I go from here? And what do I do with myself? You know, and I was in that state for probably about a year. And over that time frame, I've kind of figured it out. And it's changed my view on a lot of things, and it's changed my perspective, and it's changed my priorities, you know. But that's a big one. I want to be able to live as much of my life and enjoy my life as much as I can before I get to a point where I am too old to be able to do it. I don't want to leave this ethereal plane that we're in here to move on to the next one, feeling like I missed something, you know. Side note, Skinny, and the same, I had a thought jump to my mind. I'm going to send you a message, okay, with those supplements that we were talking about earlier. But I've got a book recommendation for you too. And I think you're going to love it. You might cry during some of it, but I'm going to tell you it's a great book. I think the video is off. Either that or I'm boring y'all to death. Abby. That's an amazing movie, by the way. You got good taste. Nothing. Just calling your name. Just calling your name, love. Girl, I got to say, I mean, I have told people that I'm extremely lucky that, you know, my family, my parents have lived as long as they did. I mean, my mom was 58 when she passed away. And realistically, if there hadn't have been the accident, she would probably still be alive now. And, you know, the whole prospect of her passing away messed my life up so badly because, you know, my mom and dad were 16 when they had me. So we're very close together in age, you know, and we were kind of growing up together, and then we were growing old together too. And I had it like in my mind, like I had this projected life, you know, life in my head that had me and her growing old together and being little old ladies together, you know. And that's what I had always seen. You know, I didn't expect my mom to be, I expected my mom to be a little old lady in her bed under 4 blankets because she's always cold, you know, when she passed away, not this. And I'm not going to go too far into detail. I mean, I've talked about it before at some length, and it's a lot for some people, and I don't want you guys to be upset. You know, I mean, I hate to say it, you know, it could be considered trauma dumping if I got too far into it, you know. Yeah, it absolutely is. No, I get it. You know, I get it. And I'm going to tell you, one of the things that I had my dad do was one of the things that I did have my dad bring me was my mom's stethoscope. Number one, my mom didn't play about her stethoscopes. I mean, she always really invested in her stethoscopes. I mean, she like the cardiology with the enhanced hearing and all that stuff. But having it with me while I'm at work is kind of like having her there with me, because especially in those moments where I feel a little overwhelmed, I'm just like, I'll put my hands on it and just hold on to it for a minute to kind of help recenter myself. It's like having her presence, even though it's just a thing, it's like having her presence there because of how many times I know that she's put those in her ears and how many times she's pressed that bell against people's chest and how many times there have been heartbeats that she's listened to through them. You know, it's like an extension of her, sort of, even though it's not the same thing. It's just comforting. It helps to keep me kind of chill, you know. Has the sound caught back up finally? Or are we still thrown off? You say, oh, but I'm going to tell you, my mom, Skinny, I mean, so she was a badass. She was a badass nurse. I mean, I'm so glad. I'm so glad, because all I could think is, oh my God, you are like a minute or two behind and now everything is out of whack. Great. Amazing. Hey, Karma, how you doing? Look at a pretty baby in that profile picture. God love it. Stethoscope. I knew what you meant. It's all good. Oh, Danny is a sweet little baby. Oh my gosh, all I want to do is snuggle. I want to snuggle. Cats are amazing. Sphygmomanometer is actually your blood pressure cuff, baby. You were close, though. I think we might still be a little off, but that's okay. We're managing. Hi, Blondie. How you doing, girl? Oh, hell, really? Well, I guess the upswing is that we got through the video portion of it before it started acting crazy. Well, bless your heart. I appreciate you for making all that effort. God bless. That's sweet of you. I didn't see, the thing is, I didn't know that Hannibal was having a live. I scheduled this yesterday, not having any clue at all. If I'd had any idea, I would have scheduled it for tomorrow night. See, and I'm so glad that you got that experience, Vanessa. I am. I see. I think I'm the exact opposite. Like, I can't remember like stuff like that. Like, I went through chemistry in high school and in college, and I can't remember hardly any of that crap, but I can remember words to the most off the wall songs from like the 70s and 80s. Totally useless knowledge. Yeah, see, and if I'd had any inclination that Hanny was going to be live, I would have pushed it a day so that, you know, they weren't kind of like interfering with each other. You know what I'm saying? Because now I'm kind of at like the tail end of it. You know, we're just kind of shooting the breeze now. See, that's weird. I wonder why it's doing that. I thought Hanny did have a cat. There was a picture of him with a cat, like he had it draped over his neck. Or is it just because you can't see the cat? Right. See, and that would, I mean, don't get me wrong, my practical day-to-day knowledge use stuff, that I'm fine on. But like, other than that, you know, it's kind of just like off the wall. You know what I'm saying? I have that too on every song in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Don't you just love Tim Curry? I adore Tim Curry. That's going to hurt my heart when he goes on to glory. I'm going to tell you, Tim Curry is the man. Okay, well, I'm glad it's not terribly far off. Hopefully it won't keep doing it. I'm hoping it's going to resolve itself. Oh, okay. I was just saying. I was like, I thought he did have a cat. Well, I mean, I don't even see how, you know. I mean, girl, I would have forgot that like the week after I had to recite it. I know. I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. God's honest truth. My favorite Tim Curry movie would have to be Legend. I can't help myself. Even though he's the bad guy and he looks like the devil, that is still such an awesome, awesome performance. I mean, he was funny in Clue. It was funny, but I don't know what it is. The Prince of Darkness, that one was just awesome to me. That's my all-time favorite. And Tim Curry will go down in history as the man with the most recognizable laugh in history. Yeah, I mean, they have all sorts of personality types. I've had one that he wasn't mine, but he stayed with me for a couple of he stayed with me for like 2 years. His name was Rufus, and he was a little orange tabby. And he had the goofiest personality, but he acted just like a dog. It was wild to see. Yeah, I know, but you know, Hannibal, he does like a variation of things, but I try to be considerate when I schedule Skinny because, you know, I feel like I'm kind of stepping on people, you know. I guess that's just, I mean, maybe I'll get over that eventually, but for right now, I just feel weird about doing that. Oh, bless her. Bless her. That to me, well, I mean, there would be no fixing him in that one, but there was something about the attitude with the character that, you know, that's what got me. Hey, Inferno, how you doing, love? I don't give two craps about your mama. Him, I don't mind stepping on. I don't. Entirely different era. I mean, not era. Arena. What I meant to say. Well, yeah, Kaya be running that 2 a.m. crackhead morning hours, and I don't do the crackhead morning hours. The only time I do that is when I actually have to be at work. And yeah, I don't stay up at night when I'm off. Speaking of Hanny, hey love. I was just saying I didn't realize you were going live tonight, or I would have pushed this by a day so that way we weren't kind of like overlapping and all, but once I said it, I was kind of stuck, you know. You're not. You said you're fine. No, I know. I mean, but it's just trying to be polite, you know. I can't help it. Oh no. Well, I am too. The downside is that you missed all the recap and stuff. Now we're just shooting the breeze talking about God and whatever. Well, we're talking about cats. We're talking about Tim Curry. We're talking about wherever the breeze takes us. Oh, one more again, because it's been a little bit. The hats, I have 5 of these. Okay, there are 5 up for grabs. After the live stream, dip into the comment section. Okay, leave a comment in the comment section after the show. In 2 or 3 days, I'm going to use a random comment selector to pull 5 people. There will be videos so that you can ensure everything's on the up and up. And what I will do is I will list everything. You guys will reach out to me. You can give me the address you want me to send it to, whether it's yours or elsewhere. Okay. I will get it to you. Now, if you happen to be drawn and you would rather donate it to your favorite reactor, like Hannibal, because Hannibal's here, and Skinny Queen, because Skinny Queen is here. Let's say, I'm going to pick somebody. Let's say Jessica Rizzo won a hat, and she said, I'm not worried about it. I was just doing it for the fun of it. You can give my hat to Hannibal. I'll get up with Hannibal and say, Hannibal, Jessica Rizzo has donated her hat to you. Where you want me to send it? So that's what we're doing. And like I said, oh, hey, you didn't catch, Inferno, you didn't catch the thumbnail, baby? It says, hatters are gonna hat. I did that on purpose. I ain't gonna tell you ain't gonna tell no lie. I leaned all the way in. I mean, all the way in on the puns on this one. I mean, the stream is called Bucket. Let's have a recap, you know, because it's a bucket hat. So, you know, I mean, if I could have come up with something cheesier, I probably would have. I have no shame. Summer Cat, you have a good night, honey. Thank you for coming by. Hope to see you soon. Yeah, see, that's actually one of the things that I said too. We could call it like the sisterhood of the traveling bucket hat, you know, and people could pass it, you know, and everybody take pictures and post videos and all that stuff. I just think that would be a fun thing. You know, we could do like a whole thing on that, you know. I could do like regular additions to videos and stuff with that, like Sisterhood of the Traveling Bucket Hat. Right. I think that would be really cool, actually. I think that would be a great idea. The only problem is you would have to be really careful. See, mine's a little different. I got this one off of eBay. I mean, they're still the same for the most part. But this one actually looks exactly like the one that Foodie's been wearing. Same color, same style, whole shebang. House of the Flying Headwear. Oh, Hanny, this is why I love you. Stuff like that. Boy works well flying off the cuff. Well, I mean, if it came right down to it, I mean, obviously, I mean, I would hope you would be lending it to somebody that, you know, would be clean. I mean, there can't be that many nasty people in girl world. You know what I'm saying? We are generally the anti-foodie type folks. House of the Flying Headgear. I know, right? That's awesome. That is awesome. That would actually be great. That would actually be great. The other thing that I think would be really cool too is as we pass it along, you know what I'm saying? Obviously I would get everybody to send the pictures and the video and stuff to me, and then actually make Foodie very, very angry. Get me a map and stick pins in it everywhere the hat has been. That would be awesome. Yeah, I know. Girl, you're not telling me anything that I don't know. Me and you both been doing the same job a long time. There's a lot of funk in the world. But worst case scenario, I would hope that most people in girl world, since we are so emphatic that Foodie and ALR are nasty people, that the reason we react that way is because we actually wash our butts. You know what I'm saying? The only downside, though, writing on the cap, though, is you would have to actually get one of those little tiny big pen to sign, because the inside of it's dark. That would still be a really cool idea, though. Oh, yeah, do that. You could do that. That's an excellent point. Had not thought about that. Yeah, that was an excellent idea. I'm sorry, I'm pinning that. Abby has been pinned. Butt washers unite. Yeah, that too. Clorox wipes and a shower cap. But that would be a really, really cool thing. You know what I mean? I think that would be beyond amazing, though, if we could work that out. Well, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth, Blondie. I have zero sewing skills. Like, I can cross stitch, but that's as close as I can get to doing anything like that, girl. I would end up messing something up. Hey, AJ. Welcome back, darling. Oh, you know it. You know it. Wouldn't it be something to watch her get inflamed about when she realized that the hats are traveling more than she is? The other thing too, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I'm going to get called all kind of names because of this hat situation. I don't think it's made it to her yet, but eventually it will. Well, I mean, I suppose we could do that too, but I do think that the pictures and videos of the hats would be really great, because then I can kind of compile them together and actually put them online so that all you guys can see them too. Because, like, let's say, I'm just going to run down the list. Vanessa gets a hat and she does pictures and videos and stuff with it. And then she passes it to Abby, and then Abby passes it to AJ, and then Blondie and Karma and Inferno, and then Jessica Rizzo, then I've got all these pictures and video that eventually you guys could be looking back at it and seeing, like Jessica Rizzo could be looking back at Vanessa's videos and stuff and laughing, and all of us laughing and just kind of having a good time with each other, Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, Oh, yeah. But the hat would still have to travel too, and you'd still have to put a hat on your head that other people have had on their head, Well, here's the other thing too that could happen. I mean, I could send a hat and you guys could sign it, get you like one of those real fine tipped Sharpies, one of those, the little needle thin pointed Sharpie, and you could write like in the lines. You know what I'm saying? And that, just send that around and have everybody write their name on it somewhere. I mean, because there's a lot of stripes and stuff, a lot of room. Could write your name inside one of the squares or on one of the stripes or whatever. I mean, there's all the way around on one of the little flags. So it still could be, just on a hat instead of piece of paper. Yeah, see, that's the only thing that I think we'd have to worry about is it would end up like that, or somebody's kid wore it to school and it never came back, that sort of thing. And that's part of why I was like, okay, I'm giving them to you, or you can donate them away to whoever you want, because once they're yours, and you don't have to deal with the prospect of it like not coming back. You know what I'm saying? That would be like if I sent my hat to you guys, to one of you guys, somebody, I mean, obviously I think most of you would follow through, but there, crap happens. You know what I'm saying? You never know what's ahead. If you lost me and I don't wipe, I wash over half money. Right. Yeah. Me either. Well, okay. That's fine, Karma, but I actually said earlier in the stream, and I will say it again too, I do not dox. I will not ever dox, because the God's honest truth is when I'm sending it to you, it will have my address on it too. I value my privacy. And in turn, by sending that to you with my address, I would be honoring your privacy, because let's be honest here, there's the possibility that you could dox me by me sending it to you, but I would never do that to anybody. I don't believe in that. People are going to do what they're going to do, but I'm not going to do that to people. Oh, no way in hell. Oh my God. That was amazing. Riz. Make every agreement that they sign, they have an issue sending it forward to reach out to you or the next person. No, that's true. That's a good point. The Girl Sisterhood of the Traveling Tie Hat. I still think that Sisterhood of the Traveling Headgear was like the best wording for that. I don't think I have to worry about you. The sad thing is he probably would. Oh no. know, worst case scenario at this point, I'm going to go ahead with how I have things set. Okay. What I may do is get one more of those. I'm pretty sure I can get my hand on one more of those. And maybe with that one, I'll be able to do the send around so that you guys can sign it and send it back. You know what I'm saying? Gambling? What do you mean? Oh, gotcha. Okay, see, that's an excellent point. See, and that's the whole point. I wanted us to have a good time with it. You know, this is all about just having some laughs and finding the levity of it all. Because even though we do get quite a bit of laughs in it, in all sincerity, crazy as it sounds, there's a lot of darkness in this whole girlverse, to be truthful. See, I'm looking forward to that because I'm hoping I get me some sweet gear. Hey, I better be getting a butthole worm shirt. Since I told you what to do, since I told you how to design that just right, I want one. That's true. See, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Well, gambling by the way of picking names for prizes, betting on it, and when it'll get there, betting on who will give it lies. Oh, see, I really wish you hadn't started talking about lice. Now you got my head itching. God. I could deal with any disease on the planet. Ebola, COVID, MRSA, C. diff, but lice. Scabies, nasty. Right, exactly. Just to start off with and then, kind of add to over time, Like I know if I send it to Hannibal, Hannibal's going to send it back. Well, you got that going for you. One less thing to have to worry about, a head full of hair and an itchy head when people start talking about creepy crawlies. Well, that's good. That's good to know. But I did have to throw that out there because doxing is an issue in girl world, and I'm going to say this because I've said it before. I am not a part of girl world. I am an outlier. I'm not a reaction channel. I'm just a random Yahoo who comes on here and just talks about stuff because I have my thoughts on it, Jockstrap. Oops. I don't think he's worried about that. That's true. It's 100% true, actually. Exactly. Right. And that's another thing, too, that's another reason why I said that I would never dox anybody because I don't really jive with that. I mean, I've said it plenty of times before. This is the internet. This here and all of that out there are two completely different things. You don't mess with people out there. You can talk shit and aggravate each other all day long. That's fine. But you leave people alone after they log off. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. I am so glad to hear that, AJ, because there are moments where I'm up here talking to y'all where I don't feel like things entirely make sense to me when I say them. Thank you for my protective rocks. I can give you a bit more tangibility and form here. In relation to what? I mean, God's honest truth. I have asked before, is there stuff in particular that y'all want to see me do? Oh, okay, gotcha. Just making sure. Just making sure. I mean, I am more than open to feedback, you know. If there's something that you feel like works better for me than what I've done, that I've been doing, or if there's something that I haven't touched on that you'd like for me to, or anything in that area, by all means, reach out to me, man, because I do this because I'm kind of enjoying doing it. It's fun to do. You know, the video, actually doing actual regular videos, that part is fun too. The editing for me is fun right now. I mean, it hasn't turned into a taxing thing yet. Thank God. But I want to make sure that what I'm doing is actually enjoyable for y'all too, because y'all are the ones that are having to watch the end result of all this rigmarole, you know. That's the 5th time. It's a lovely idea, but I think there are way too many toxic people and girl to touch. Present company excluded, of course. Yeah, that is an unfortunate side effect of the way things have been lately. Yeah, well, I mean, but when I say that realistically, I am all for shaking things up and trying new things and, talking about all sorts of different stuff. That's why, that's why I ask. I'm not above evolving, you know? Inferno's coming for you, Vanessa. Thank you, Vanessa. You are very sweet to say so. I am a very flawed human being. I acknowledge it. I embrace it. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Abby still took me out with that butt washers comment. Inferno is just a little bit of a mess, but entertaining nonetheless, so we're good. Yes, I know. A lot of people though try to deny being flawed though, or try to downplay their flaws. I don't. I know there's plenty wrong enough with me that needs fixing. I just take it a little bit at a time, you know. Vanessa, you know it. It's called progress, not perfection. So, let's change it up here a little bit. Since we're doing all this talking, why don't one of y'all come up here and talk to me? Anybody feeling brave? We can talk about whatever. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Henny's coming on. Question, do I have to have StreamYards and a headset to do this? Well, earbuds actually would suffice, believe it or not, Inferno. And as to having StreamYard, no, you click on the link, and if you're using a desktop, it should open a window for you that accesses it. And if you click it on your phone, it'll open a window there too. Oh. Okay, enjoy your shower. What? Hannibal's got a stalker. See, that sort of stuff is why I'm 2A all day. Okay, so is this thing charged or not? I can't tell. Huh. I'm gonna have to do some reading up on this thing. And there ain't no indicator light on that at all. That's great. Oh. So I bought these microphones and I plugged them up to charge them, and there is no indicator light to tell you if they've charged. That's funny. After the plug-in indicator flashes red, if the receiver indicator doesn't flash red, return to power supply. Got it. Ooh, yeah, I got working microphones, y'all. That's the jam. Okay. Man, that's got to be rough. That sucks, Abby. I can imagine that because, like, I don't have fibro or anything, but I've got old lady joint problems, and I have some of the worst joint stiffness in the morning. So I did the same thing, hot shower right off the get-go. Feed fuzz balls, then shower, because I feel like just achy all over. It sucks. Yeah, see, I don't get that either. That doesn't make any sense in the slightest. It's just like, why? It's actually, okay, technically it's actually, it's like kind of like wallpaper, but it's like one big mural and they cut it up into sections. It's vinyl. Like it comes like in strips, like about 2 feet wide. You tell them your wall measurement, and then they print it, and then they cut it up in strips, and it actually has, you know, where you overlap it just a little bit so that you can put it up and kind of create one seamless image. I will tell you this, though. It's a 2-person job at minimum, because you got to have somebody at the top of the wall to hold it and to smooth it down, and you got to have somebody on the floor pulling the paper off as it's smooth. Girl, it took me, okay. My dad has put up wallpaper before. And do you know, it took us like 4 hours to put this up. And it's because he got them backwards. He was trying to put them up backwards. I was so mad. I was ready to just throw the whole thing out. I was like, forget it. put it down. I'm done. And my dad was like, nope, we're going to do this. Nope. Yeah. I can't, I think I got it off of Etsy. If you'll go on Etsy and look up wall mural, there are several shops on there that do them in all different sorts of patterns, colors, you name it, they got it. But I did that as like an accent wall, and the rest, you can't really see it except maybe in the corner up there. The rest of the room is gray. Right, and that's exactly where I was. I went past staple gun to hell with it. Thankfully, my dad is incredibly stubborn, and he wasn't ready to let some wallpaper get the best of him. He was bound and determined we were going to put it up. He was like, nope, we're doing this. Right. It was that bad. It was that bad. No doubt about it. Out of everything, all of the renovations and everything that in this house after I bought it, majority of it, probably 80% of it, I did by myself. Put all the flooring down, put in the tile in the backsplash in my kitchen, painted everything, did some drywall repair. But the few projects that my dad did get involved in, that was one of them because I could not do it by myself. But I'm going to tell you that wallpaper, that mural, that was the most infuriating project I had out of the entire process. I was so irritated. I mean, irritated. Oh. Oh. Ow. I hope Hannah's all right. Okay. Man, we're almost 4 hours in and we're still going strong, y'all. But it's still early. It's only 11 o'clock. Okay, well, it's a hang on, let me take you off here. It's a skull. There's 2 tattoo guns and some roses. Hang on, let me see if I can show you the back of it without ending up on the floor. Let me see if I can show this back of this to you without having to end up on the floor. And it says Nerdy, Dirty, Inked, and Curvy. Daniel bought it for me. Well, hey, let me show you. Through right here, I got plenty of. Oh, I'm flat chested, but I got plenty of hips and thighs. I got all the dark meat side of the KFC bucket. I used to have some pretty substantial sisters, but the weight loss took them out. So, you know. No, I know. No, what Breezy video? Hang on. Hang on. The one from 3 hours ago? Hang on. Oops. I'm assuming this one. Oh, bloody hell. Skip.
Hey guys, and welcome to a new What Foodie Beauty Twitter is saying video. I want to start off by saying I just retweet things that I find interesting or what everybody's talking about. So any views, thoughts, views, and we'll talk about today. So I'm really excited to get into them.
Oh, busy little bee.
Loretta said, I am thinking her shadow did not.
Ha! Dang, nabbit.
Autumn at Biltmore.
Let's try it again. Without the stinking.
Hey everybody, it's Busy Little Bee. Welcome back to my channel. Breezy went on another scooter ride this weekend and she says she accidentally deleted it. I don't think it was an accident. Seeing how bad this went, I think that was kind of on purpose. She does fall after like talking shit or scolding people who had a problem with her riding on the sidewalk. That's exactly when she falls, and it's very beautiful. She does not get injured. She gets a couple scraped knees, but it's just, you know, when someone's being an asshole and then they like walk into something, it's kind of like that. It's just
karma.
Very much satisfaction watching someone who's talking shit about something so dumb fall on her ass. Another thing I wanted to make very clear is, Breezy, we were all being petty. Nobody was mad that you were on the sidewalk. Everyone understood that was petty, that was funny, because you claim to be, you know, this upstanding citizen. Everyone respects you in your community, right? So that was the joke. It was a joke. What we're upset about is you threatening to abuse the copyright system, you going after smaller channels, you being a complete and utter bully. That's the real problem. We joke around about other shit, okay? You need to understand that creators do not respect you. Anyone who threatens to abuse the copyright system just because they don't like another creator, that's whack as fuck, and you know it. You are a piece of crap for going after someone who is in active alcoholism like you were at one point. That's the real problem. That's the real reason that anyone on this platform is upset with you, is because you do shit like that. You claim to be a nice person, but then you turn around and you are the biggest bitch. You're not as nice as you pretend to be. I've seen you be a low down bitch and you do grimy ass shit that most people would never even think of. That's why we don't like you, Breezy. Let's watch this bitch fall.
First, I want to say, for everybody complaining when I ride on the sidewalks, this is a very small city, like a very small city. So it's not like a huge, big city. It's like a city of 50,000 people, and the police aren't worried about that. I don't know how else to say that. The city is a family city. Most people have lived here for generations. They grew up here. Their parents grew up here. It's just different. Like the best thing to do for every city, because some people live in very big cities. I feel like some people haven't lived in beach cities or cities where these are popular. So that's just my disclaimer.
I live in a beach city where those are popular. You know what they don't do? They don't ride them on the fucking sidewalk.
Riding my scooter on the sidewalk sometimes so I don't get hit by a car is the worst thing I'm doing in life. I think I'm doing pretty damn well. A few people are very offended by me riding on a sidewalk. Like, this is a huge city in LA. I live in a small city of like 50,000 people and everybody rides. So while there's no cars right here right now, I will use this lane. However, if big old trucks start trying to slide into me, we might have to go to the sidewalk. So if anybody's going to be offended, ouch by that, I looked down. Hold on. I'm okay. I bet that little fall made a few people happy right now. See, and that's the thing. Like, I called my police station too and asked, like, I called the emergency number. Is it a big deal? There's bigger fish to fry in this world than riding on the sidewalk. But so I beg of you, the people who are so mad that I'm inconsiderate on the sidewalk. I'm okay. I didn't fall. Where are all the people I'm supposed to be considerate of? Where?
Breezy, we know you don't work or have any responsibilities during the day when everyone else is at work, so no one's in your way. I said what I said as someone who was in a wheelchair for a time, someone who had to have room on the sidewalk for my wheelchair to go. That's why I said something. You don't think about the people who are actually physically disabled, although you collect a disability check.
Watch, and now that I'm not riding on the sidewalk, somebody will go, I can't believe you of all people, Breezy, are riding your scooter in the street. Like, I can't win.
Always the victim.
Did you see the butterfly? But that's why I don't ride in the bike lane, if anybody wants to know. Imagine if a car was coming when I did that. So I will probably continue on the sidewalk. Oh, no, I did cut my knee. Both of them. Hi. I don't want to bother you guys, but hi. You all know I don't have any hair on my head. And the breeze through my leg hairs. Hi. You have way more hair than me and much cooler when I grow up, whenever that is. I want to have land, but like, I don't want a big house. I just want land. I want like a big yard, just big property. I know there was a lot of times I used to come here when I was like not doing well. And it kind of just brought me a little peace for a little bit of happiness.
This particular clip was interesting to me because in recovery, it's people, places, and things. You don't return to those people, places, or things that you were around when you were using or drinking. So why would you go to a place that you used to go in your addiction? That seems to me like either you're not truly in recovery or you're almost begging for a relapse.
Do you guys want to see where Vince Neil grew up? The Motley Crue? And they were just regulars around these cities. So if you guys want to do that, we can go see. Oh, there's the Booty Beauty of the Coins. There's the Booty Beauty. Okay. That one is huge. I don't know if you guys can see it. He has like a mustache and everything. Hold on. You guys have, make sure everybody's getting some. If somebody pops out at me, I swear. Well, now how the hell do you get out? It's at night. I'm getting out of this thing. All right, well, I get out. Okay, Bush.
Accidentally deleted, just like many of her other videos. She's a dirty deleter. She is a fraud, a phony. She is fake as a $3 bill. But let me know what you think down in the comments. How did you like the fall? What do you think of her getting lost in a maze of bushes?
So what small channels was she threatening to come after? Me? Or was she talking about you, Hanny? Because obviously she was watching. I'm surprised I haven't been tapped in that yet, to be truthful with you. Hannibal, my dude. This gonna be the third time. Won't you come up here? It'll be faster for you just to talk to me. Right. That's another one of those covert narcissists. I don't know if you were in here for that section, but pretty much fits her just like it fits ALR. She's got behaviors of both. She does that. She does a lot of the covert stuff like ALR. Goodness, there's Hanny. About time, dude.
You know, it was things I had to do. Had to get some things situated, find out who is this sitting in my yard, why you just pulling up with your lights on, your truck running, that kind of stuff, you know.
Go holler, get off my lawn.
Yeah. Had to get my country boy on, that's all.
Hey, that's all right. That's okay.
Get on out of here. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So what'd you think about that video that Breezy deleted real quick?
First off, it would have only been better if she face planted.
Well, like I said, I thought she was going to hit some garbage cans, flip over, maybe, you know, trip over a lawn troll, possibly end up with grass in her teeth or something like that. But I'll take it. I'll take the knee slide. She gave me a good old rock star 80s slide across the stage on her knees. It was good.
But I got to say, big ups to Busy though, because she came rolling through with all the practical knowledge she picked up during that conversation she had with us the other night. She threw that shit out there like a deck of cards. Pow, bitch! How you like that?
Well, I mean,
I was like, thank you.
Yeah, she pointed out all the good points, but will Breezy pay attention?
No,
because I think that she was going. If you say whose channel is she talking about, Breezy and Bally have been really going at it for the past maybe week.
Well, yeah. Well, what I was thinking is I've talked so much shit over the last couple of weeks about her. I figured that I'd be on her radar by now, but she still ain't said a word.
No. It'll take him a while. So, what was you talking before I got here? And don't worry about scheduling over. You know, that's one of the things I had to learn when I first started. Was I was trying to be respectful, especially to people I like, and then you come to find out they don't care. So you gotta just do you.
True enough, but at the same time, though, it's just like I wasn't just thinking about you. I was thinking about like. I can't even think of who it was that was talking about. Yeah, I've been bouncing back and forth, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I'm so sorry, y'all, because they're like bouncing to you, watching some of you, bouncing back to me, watching some of me, and I'm like, these poor people, you know. So just general consideration. You know, I'm trying not to really put anybody through any kind of undue taxation.
Unnecessary stress.
Yeah.
I love these hats.
Yeah, man. I found this one on eBay. This was the first one that I found. And I was like, well, okay, it's not the same one, but I don't care. It's still crazy and I love it. It's still the same kind of hat.
Now, did you
super
find any information about the hats? Because I keep getting somebody saying that these are some kind of traditional celebration hats. And
yeah, they're festival hats.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just a happy hat?
Basically. I mean, they're worn at raves too, if that'll tell you something.
Well, so is ecstasy. That doesn't mean anything.
True enough, but let's see here.
Yeah, I keep getting that there's some kind of, if you can see, I wear my own hat. But
yeah. I like your story, by the way. The one thing that I was able to find about it's a real generic summary, and it's an eclectic mix of hat styles ideal for festivities and for keeping your head shaded and dry. It's either Aztecs, 80s, rave, boho, or fancy dress, whichever one you'll have the most fun with. I mean, look at this thing.
Yeah, it's a fun hat. It's absolutely hideous.
It's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's hideous. It's by design hideous, but I mean it's cute. It's cute. Who's this? Jessica Rizzo says, "Who's winning, Bally or Breezy?"
Yeah.
Well, the honest question is,
I think they're kind of tied.
I think it's very interesting because I would have to give Bally some credit in this and say that she is really doing her best at trying to react. The problem with it is it's a very hypocritical reaction. It's like watching Breezy react to Breezy or Bally react to herself. It's an interesting dynamic as they both lack the self-awareness to be able to say, hey, I may do that stuff, but this is why. Bally tries it, but then she just deflects onto, somebody else did it. Somebody else made me do it. I had to survive to get by, that kind of thing. So,
real quick, I want to add. Let me show you something.
Mm-hmm.
We could have been a lot worse than this.
Oh no, that's a wizard hat. Josh would love that. That's a wizard hat, and it goes into a little penis. Look at there. No, that would be the hat.
They don't even show it. They don't even show it from like top to bottom. You just catch like the end of it.
It's a phallic shaped hat. What else do you need? Well, who would
imagine the ongoing running joke if Sala had bought her one of those?
Oh, she would look like a little pumpkin. It'd be her little pumpkin seed hat because it's perfect. It has the little stout on it. She looks like a little jack-o'-lantern. And I've already figured it out. I figured it out tonight when I was doing my reaction that Sala is not able to put his arms around her. He can only wrap his arms around her neck. And that's why he keeps doing all of this head pats and chin rubs and stuff, which is completely
I didn't get. I have the picture on my phone. I forgot to upload it to the computer. But in that video where they went to the market and they bought all those different fruits, in that tuk-tuk on the way back, he reached over and grabbed a hold of the bar on the other side of her.
And she leaned over. Uh-huh.
She leaned in and went to try to put her head on him, but she's got so much fat back here and on right here. Her head never actually made contact with him. I was like, "Oh my God!"
In her defense, that's just a neck pillow that she has stored off into her hijab so that she doesn't have to. It's not hot dogs on her neck. Okay, it's just.
I was just like, man, if it were me.
Oh, the amount of embarrassment that she's been through. If
everything else, if it wasn't everything else, that I would have been like, oh my God, I got to do something. I can't even put my head on the person that I care about. Okay, and I'm not saying she cares about him, but you know what I'm saying.
But you know she's not like that. You know, she hasn't thought, you know, that thought never crossed her mind. You know, she's thinking, and I saw it. I saw it because when she did it, she puckered up like she was about to get a kiss. And he was like,
I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I got so ugly in Skinny's chat on that same video when they were riding back and it started raining. And she started going, I'm getting wet. I'm getting soaked.
I was like, that's the first bath you've had all week.
Dude, that's exactly what I said in Skinny's chat. And Skinny's like, oh my God. And she just laughed. She's like, that. She's like, that's funny.
Yeah. And, you know, I made mention about Foodie has only shown or has only worn, whether she has more with her or not, she's only worn 3 outfits this entire Thailand trip.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Let me minimize this real quick. I got to fetch something out of the recycling bin. You missed it, dude. You missed it. Let me find it. When you showed the photo of her in the blue shirt. I was just like, wait a minute. And I started to say it in the chat, but that was right about the point that I had to dip. Hang on real quick. Let me show you this one, my dude. You're going to be like, what the world? All right. Share screen. Okay. This is on the plane ride to Kuwait.
No.
Okay. This is the video at the Temple of Truth.
Quit it. Stop.
No joke.
Okay. Okay. Questions. Here we go. Let's start with the logical questions first. Is it possible that she's sitting in a way that's making these buttons struggle?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is this a possible quadruple X 8 times large shirt that is shrink to fit?
Well, that's the thing though, because actually somebody asked that earlier. She said that she's been washing her clothes in the room and hanging them up on a dryer rack because you have to pay to have your clothes washed.
Okay, then I don't think that she's been washing her clothes. That's called labor, manual labor. Foodie doing manual labor, washing. Well, let's start here.
Vanessa gave you your answer.
Yeah, Foodie doesn't wash her ass. What makes me think she's washing her clothes?
Right. So, I mean, what does it say about such a drastic difference? And I said this in your chat at one point on the plaid shirt. I said, I hope she's carrying around a first aid kit and some eye patches because one of them buttons is going to take out an eye if somebody gets too close.
Her buttons are loaded. Yeah, one good old burp and she's going pew.
Hey, AJ said maybe the Thai air shrank it.
Oh, now we're blaming it on the Thai air again, just like
Well,
the Thai made her swell up.
She was blaming the rain for making her eyeballs red and glassy.
Come on now. Y'all had just left the shisha place or the hookah joint or whatever. You're not going to tell me you didn't sit there and take a little bit of greenage with that. Stop.
You know she did and was trying to say, I've only been jet lagged like once. I did a whole run of that. I'm like, it once. And I was like, as far back as like 2021, I'm like, ain't this jet lag? Another one, ain't this jet lag? I'm like,
she acted the exact same way she did when she came home from Canada.
Yes, she did.
That those 2 or 3 weeks when she had to get rid of, or she got tricked out of getting rid of BBJ. She acted the exact same way then.
Yep.
The other day as she did then. So
right. I called her in a couple of lies too on that same live stream. She was like, I don't judge people for how they worship their God. And then I threw a clip in there about her talking about FFG being a Jew that doesn't practice Judaism. And then another one where she said, when did I ever say that Islam was my whole life? In the temple video, she said, some are devout Muslims. I was like, and then I put the definition of fucking devout and what it means. And I was just like,
yeah, She just speaks.
She can't remember half of what she says, like ever.
It's because most of it's a lie.
Yeah, 90% of it.
You can't remember a lie. You just keep making up more.
And what got me is that, you know, when people pointed out, I never said that. Yeah, you did, Heifer. I mean,
and there you go. You bring up the clip, and she's like, "Well, I don't remember that."
Well, just because you don't remember doesn't mean you didn't say it.
Oh, well, there's a lot of things. Did you see? What do you think about what your mama said? How you think he's going to fare with him going off on his audience that keeps correcting him and telling him that you might need to do your research?
Oh, that part. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, because Alex is Shook has been around for tens of years here.
Well,
So,
I said this. I was like, first off, Alex is not really reacting. He's just reporting. Alex is basically the equivalent of CNN for Girl World.
yeah, way better than TMZ.
Yeah, he doesn't really give like a actual opinion. He's just like, well, here's what we're seeing here. I mean, why I was trying to figure out why he was even trying to go in on Alex anyway.
Well, part of your mama's kind of MO has been that he's gone after people that he thinks are going to respond to him that have a bigger audience than him so that he can then bring views over to him. Right now, I think that as he stated about my channel, he's struggling and he's getting the same old repeat. And he's also lashing out at his audience for the fact that everybody and their mamas, sisters, best friends, cousins, uncles, nieces, nephews, dog is telling him that he needs to do some fucking research. And for the life of him, he's going to fight that tooth and nail because he thinks that he has the best formula ever. I think that everything he's doing, he's getting an attitude of grandeur and he's going to shoot himself in the foot by things that he says that he can't backpedal back.
He'll end up like Gorlick and Monty, where he's only got like 200-300 people in there and he'll be pissed.
Well, he's already like Gorlick and Monty, if you ask me, but that's just my opinion.
I'm talking about in relation to viewer response, though. You know what I'm saying? People are not going to take too kindly to him doing them that way. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm just going to say he did this before and he grew his audience. And he also backpedaled and took back all the things that he was saying before and now has been somewhat sanctimoniously forgiven, but continues to behave in the same manners as have been pointed out. And if you really want to do some deep diving and some research, get with Inferno 0999. He's done some really good homework and some homework that goes back to when he was in the Madden realm and why possibilities, why he's now over in the girl world, because not everything was peaches and cream over there in the Madden world.
From what the parts that I have seen, there was a lot of back and forth with that bunch over there, but ideally he followed Gorlick because apparently the two don't like each other. And when he realized exactly how easy it was to basically just snap in and make money, he just kind of stuck around.
Well, let's look at that. Let's examine that for a minute, because when you say he followed Gorlick, again, his MO, his pattern is going to attack different people that are bigger than him that then will bring. So he followed Gorlick Bread had 90, almost a million subs on his other channel, on his Madden channel. He has almost 1 million subs over there, 99K. Okay. Garlic Bread has given his opinion in the Madden world and unfortunately has been pretty accurate with his decision. The people told him that in his chat as he went after Garlic Bread. Now, as far as I know and can remember, your mama came over to Girl World with roughly about 6K subscribers. So if he was in the Madden world with only 5 or 6K subscribers going after people like Gorlick Bread with 99 something,
liked it all then.
Exactly.
And it's probably because him in that mouth.
It was because of him in that mouth, and it was because of him and the lack of research or homework that he's ever done on anybody that he's talked about.
Ooh, he pointed out, AJ made a great point.
Oh yeah, AJ. When Marty jumped in, your mama changed his whole tune. He went to brown nosing, ass kissing, and all kinds of things. Oh, I love FFG. No, boy, you talk about FFG every damn day. Now you all of a sudden love. I talk about it because I love her.
The only one he talks about more is Breezy, and I can't fault him that. She's an easy target.
Well, Breezy is also a part of that garlic bread situation because that's, and then Breezy set herself up for this. When Breezy decided that she gonna run over to your mama and try to give an interview about garlic bread. Yeah, so Breezy kind of set herself up for that. And yeah, she is a pretty easy target. That's why it's not really fair. She's quite like Bally. It's something to mention and keep abreast of, but nothing really to keep harping on because they really don't have any defense. As you see in the thumbnail that I had today, that I put quack, quack, quack under Bally because the last time I tried to have a real conversation with Bally, she ended up quacking as the end response. So yeah, there's no need to have a conversation with her. There's no need to have a conversation with your mama when he's going to try to talk over you and deflect his point and end up saying something about Madden or try to harp on some shit that don't make sense anyway and not really answer any questions. So I just mark certain people off as no need to, like Shanae. They all fit in the Shanae category. No need to talk to Shanae because she's ignorant. She's stupid and she's just going to keep repeating the same thing. And she's going to be like, okay, yeah. And then turn around and make a video about you within 30 seconds of you leaving her. Same thing Bally does.
The part that gets me about that whole bunch, that trio, is that, you know, these people are allowed to reproduce.
Unfortunately, yeah. We're not in the kind of society that you need a license to reproduce shit, but I hope it's coming.
Personally,
no, I didn't say that. I mean, it's coming.
Personally, I mean, I don't think it would entirely be a bad thing, depending upon who we're talking about.
Well, I think you should at least have a education, but we can't stop. We can't stop nature, no matter what.
This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. If that's how you feel, then you don't need to be creating more little crotch goblins that are just like you.
No. And unfortunately, crotch goblins, I love it. Unfortunately, the little crotch goblin that Shanae has, he's so cute right now. He's so precious. I'm pretty sure that with his genetics, he's going to grow out of his cuteness fairly quick. But
well, I mean,
right
even
now, he's so cute.
Even if he didn't, though, he's going to end up quite a bit like her.
That's the sad part.
Because you emulate what you're around.
Well, I don't. This is where I have a debate. Will she be able to get herself together long enough to keep him around? Without her being able to get herself together, then he's going to be gone. And due to how old he is, he's a very young child. This could just be life-changing forever. He may never know this woman past the point of one.
Maybe.
That's a real high possibility, especially with the ignorance level that she has, her lack of willingness to learn anything or do anything better for herself, and that she's using the baby as a trophy versus trying to be a mother.
And I mean, the God's honest truth, I mean, it may actually end up being the best thing for the kid, you know?
I'm not going to disagree. I think that would be the ultimate best thing for the kid. But,
I mean, the one thing that Foodie has actually said that I agree with as of late is that, you know, having a child alone does not make you a mother. Raising a child is what makes you a mother. I mean, I've seen plenty of sorry ass women pop out multiple kids and then dump them on other people. That's not a mother. That's the equivalent of an egg donor.
Well, that's true. That is true. And that's a two-way street. That's a two-way street. So
No, believe me, I agree. And that's why I say that, because for some reason there seems to be this misconception that just because it's fertilized, housed, and delivered via female, that automatically gives you a pass. It doesn't.
No, it surely doesn't. It surely doesn't. You have to step into the role. You have to do your part to make sure
Right.
that child is nurtured and raised to the point of your best ability. And some of those aren't good, but you always want more for your child than you've had for yourself. And right now, none of that is being displayed with Shanae. When she's walking around with brand new colorful hair and all these eyelashes and all this good stuff that she got going on. Is she really trying to take care of the baby? Is she really trying to take care of the baby? Is she trying to get the baby back? Because it's clear that she does not have the baby.
Well, God's honest truth, maybe she shouldn't. Maybe it would just be better. I would hope that as things were, that she would take a step back and say, you know what? I'm just not equipped for this.
Come on, girlie.
I hear that, baby.
Come on.
Same way, girl.
Come on.
Right. That's the point that I was making.
Yeah, no motherly instinct at all.
There are plenty of people out there that have really toxic relationships with their mothers. Like my dad and my grandmother were like that. My grandmother kind of treated all of like my dad and his siblings kind of like a problem, for the most part. But, and my grandmother, I loved her, but she was good with us because, we were the grandchildren, not the actual children. But my dad has said plenty of times that my grandmother had all the cuddliness of a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I don't want to cuddle rattlesnakes.
Mm-mm.
I usually hit them in the head with a shovel.
Oh, I don't even get that close.
You got to protect your campsite.
I'm
you
not
wasting no bullets. Just gonna smack it.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go 2A on that heifer. I'm not getting close enough to it. I don't even want to chance it.
Well,
my luck, I'd get bit.
So what were you saying about when you would want to do a panel? Wednesdays was good. Wednesdays was good?
Yeah, Wednesdays is fine. I don't schedule. Okay, the way my work schedule goes, depending upon the week, I may work Friday, Saturday, or I may work Saturday, Sunday, but I don't work at all during the week.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Wednesday would be good. And see, again, my work schedule is Monday through Friday.
Oh.
All weekends off.
Oh, you got them banker's hours.
Yep.
Well, I do the weekends like that because nobody wants to work weekends.
That's great. That's possibly a little extra change off in there too.
That too. Add to it, I do night shift on the weekends.
Oh, even more. Yeah. More money more bang for your buck right there. But that's different. That's different. I used to run like a 3-day on, 3-day off schedule. So I understand how that goes. It was just rotating.
And I used to do that too. Like I did that with the prison and the jail and everything. It would be like 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 2 off, 3 on, 2 off. And then, round and round you go.
Right. But it got tiring. It got real old real quick.
No, it is what it is. But and I was talking to the girls about this earlier. I was like, my mom passing away, between COVID and me running for like 11 months straight. And then, and her dying, I was just like, you know what? I'm not selling my life like that no more.
That's good. It's good to see. Sorry about your mom.
It's okay. It's been a little while now, and some days are tough, but not quite so bad now. But I just, my main thing, like my mom literally was leaving work when she passed away. And she had told somebody as she was leaving, because she had already told everybody she was going to retire early. And she had like a year and a half left until she was due to retire. And she had all these things set up in her mind that she wanted to do that she never got to do. And I was just like, I'm not fixing to do that. I'm not going to be 62, 65, retiring, trying to live my life and enjoy my life a little bit. I'm not going to be able to do that.
Right. Go ahead and do it now.
Yeah.
While you got it.
And
While you can.
while I'm still healthy and young and vibrant and all that great and wonderful and salty as a mug, got that.
So yeah, let's plan on Wednesday having a little panel, and we can have a longer discussion, because now it's about 12:30 my time. I got about a couple of hours so I can try to lay down.
Now, wait a minute. Now, I think you done confused me here. Me and you talked about this before, and you said you're only about 4 hours away.
Yeah. Well, no. 4 hours from. I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, hell, you a long ass ways away. Well, then how are you on Central then? Because me and you are on the same time right now. You're on this side of Tennessee, aren't you?
I'm in the middle.
Huh.
I'm
That's
smack
weird.
dab in the middle. Bling.
You a long damn ways away, talking about 4 hours.
I said I can make it in. Well, my son is in Atlanta, so I can do that about 4 or 6 hours from there.
Oh, gotcha. I don't even know how far it is from here to Atlanta. Hang on a minute.
Oh, trust me, the way I drive, I could probably get from here to there in 4 hours. But
Yeah, but that's talking about from here to me, from there to me.
yeah, I drive a little bit fast.
Well, I do too, but not that fast.
Look, we got 1:30, 10:30 a.m. Good morning, AJ. Oh, well, good night, AJ. Sorry. No, it takes me about 10 hours to get to Florida to the tip from here. Another 2 hours, 3 hours possibly get me to,
Let's see.
what is that? Palm Beach.
I dare not guess. I hate this. Continue.
Yeah, I moved pretty quick. But yeah, you can have that. I like that salty balls.
I'm sorry, that was awesome. MapQuest trying to make me angry. Keeps trying to make me install something to be able to get directions. What the shit?
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. No, thank you.
Oh, well, okay. Then from here to Atlanta, it's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a little over 4. 300 miles.
Oh yeah, no time.
It would be running north to Columbus and then northeast from Columbus through LaGrange to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
That's all back way. Woo-wee.
That's a back way. I'm going to interstate.
Huh?
Is that the interstate?
I don't think so. Let's see. 431 north, I-85 north. So it jumps it, and I think you ride. Let's see. Hang on a minute. 431. Let's see here. Most of it is the road that I'm on for 70 some odd miles. 431 is 90 miles. I-85 is only for 500 feet. Then I-85 another 70 miles.
Oh no, Karma, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Karma.
Yeah, it wouldn't take that long to get there, is all I'm saying. Huh?
Look at this one.
But look, let's plan for Wednesday, 7-ish.
Okay.
And let's go live and have a little panel. Let's just chat.
Okay. Sounds like a winner.
All right. Well, thank you. I love
Thank
talking to you.
you.
It's such a great time over here.
That's
Make
just-
sure everybody
it's
hit that like button, please. Thank you.
It's just because I'm a hot mess, Hanny.
That's what you say. I appreciate you.
I
Have a
talk
good
to-
night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, so here we are. We are at 4.5 hours. God bless every single one of you that rode that whole thing out. God bless every single one of you that happened to be on the replay catching this foolishness, because it's been a long stream. It is late. And a lot of y'all have got to wake up and be reasonable presenting adults tomorrow. So I'm going to cut it off of here too. So one more time, just to make sure that there are no misunderstandings. There are 5 of these bad boys right here up for grabs. After this stream has rendered, jump in the comments section, leave me a comment. Doesn't matter what it is. Just don't be ugly. I'm going to wait a couple of days to give everybody the opportunity to get in where they fit in. And then I'm going to use a random comment picker to select my 5 lucky souls. Now, from that point, I'll post names. I'll post a video of the draw so that you guys can see everything is copacetic. Okay. Then you guys hit me up, whether it be on email or Instagram or on Twitter. Okay. And you can give me whatever address you want to send it to. All right. Or if you decide that you would rather donate it to your favorite content creator, just let me know who, and I'll reach out to them and work that out. But that is how we're going to play it out this go round, you guys. Okay. So I am going to hang it up. I'm going to call it a night, and I will catch you guys soon. And if I don't, then I will see you guys on panel with Hannibal. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Isn't that funny? Sorry, y'all. I amuse myself sometimes. Karma, anything you want. If you want to just leave some emojis, if you want to say, hi, it's me. If you want to talk about, say something in the comments that we talked about or whatever. If you want to call me a crazy person, you can call me a crazy person. Just don't be ugly, whatever. Just something so that I have an entry for you, so that you have an entry there, so that it's in the pot. Oh, I'm not being amazing, honey. I'm just having a good time. That's all. Actually, you guys are the amazing ones, because y'all sat here and wrote out all this foolishness tonight. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you each and every single time you're here. For those of you on the replay, I hope your night has gone well. I'm glad you decided to stop by and hang out with us for a little while. Hopefully you'll catch the next live. And don't forget what my mom always said, be sure to dream, and dream big, y'all, because them dreams, they're free. But if you want to do and see and have those things, the hustle's going to cost you extra. So you get out and hustle. Love you guys. Y'all have a good night. Take care. Bye.